Hey everyone, I don't know how many chapters I'm going to read from this book, but I am going to read this one. It's from Baruch Knei Paz's book on the ideas of Trotsky. The chapter's titled Stalinism, the Revolution Bureaucratized. It begins with a quote from Trotsky from his book Stalin. L'état, c'est moi. I am the state. Is almost a liberal formula by comparison with the actualities of Stalin's totalitarian regime. Louis XIV identified himself only with the state. The popes of Rome identified themselves with both the state and the church, but only during the epoch of temporal power. The totalitarian state goes far beyond Caesaro-papism, for it has encompassed the entire economy of the country as well. Stalin can justly say, unlike the Sun King, La société, c'est moi. I am society. End quote. Trotsky, Stalin, page 421. Marxism, like other 19th century socialist movements, only more so, promised that once society had reorganized its economic life in accordance with collectivist principles, it would liberate itself from the state and perhaps, though the meaning of this was never clear, from politics altogether. In a society such as Russia, in a country such as Russia, where state had always dominated society in a particularly oppressive manner, the appeals of Marxism, if not its immediate relevance, were obvious. In the event, however, the triumph of a Marxist movement in Russia had the ironic, though not wholly unexpected, consequence that the state became more powerful, more dominating than at any time in the country's history. And this relationship of state to society was not reversed in the course of time, but was extended, reaching a peak in the 1930s when the state asserted its dominance in a manner hitherto unprecedented anywhere, though almost simultaneously reproduced under different circumstances and different ideologies elsewhere in Europe. The most general explanation for this phenomenon in the Soviet Union is one which has been frequently anticipated theoretically in the course of this study. It grew out of the attempt to impose upon society a social revolution for which it was unprepared and which therefore could be carried out only through the largely autonomous activity of the state and its institutions of coercion. As we shall see in this chapter, Trotsky wholly condemns Stalin's method of coercion, but as was previously argued, Trotsky himself, while in power, had become committed, if not to the manner and extent, then to the principle of the approach adopted under Stalinism. His attempt to be consistent with the assumptions of his theory of the Russian Revolution created a continuity between theory and practice which was artificially evoked. It did not grow of itself, but had to be forced. It was governed not so much by what reality could absorb as by what theory demanded. It constituted, therefore, the imposition of theoretical preconceptions and goals or ideals upon a recalcitrant reality which could not assimilate them in any organic way. It too meant, finally, that politics would have to dominate society. There are those who would say that Trotsky's determination, as against that of Stalin, to impose his ideals upon Russian society contained one redeeming feature at least. It had as its genuine aim the creation of a socialist society. It is a moot point, however, whether the imposition of one ideal, however noble, can be construed to be more legitimate than the imposition of any other ideal, however ignoble. Surely it is the element of imposition itself which is at issue? Trotsky did not always recognize this. Indeed, in a general sense, it may be said that the violent controversy which was to unfold between Trotsky and Stalin from the mid-1920s could be reduced to essentially a clash over which ideals would be imposed. This is admittedly to simplify matters somewhat, for at issue also was the manner of the imposition, in itself a question of not insubstantial importance and a central object of Trotsky's critique of Stalinism. Nevertheless, it is the case that the element of imposition remained unresolved in Trotsky's own position and thought, and moreover, that he saw the justice of his case against Stalin to reside not so much in differences over this as in the fact primarily that he, Trotsky, spoke in the name of the socialist ideal, while Stalin, whatever his goals or ideals, represented the, quote, betrayal, end quote, of socialism. The notion of, quote, betrayal, end quote, raises, however, a further, though not unrelated issue. Was Stalinism largely a product of Stalin himself and of other, quote, contingent factors, end quote, and therefore in principle avoidable, or was it the necessary consequence of that historical conjunction which joined a backward society to a socialist revolution? It is one of the weaknesses of Trotsky's analysis of Stalinism, to which this chapter will be devoted, that while it clearly invited the latter conclusion, it sought refuge in the former. Throughout the 1930s, Trotsky argued as if Stalinism were inevitable and unavoidable, only to conclude that it was neither, but rather the result of personality and of mistakes, miscalculations, and generally perverse policies. No one did more than he to show the social and historical roots of Stalinism, and no one remained so adamant that, despite everything, Stalinism was merely an aberration, an accident almost, that it represented an unnecessary, quote, betrayal, end quote, of the October Revolution and of socialism. It is, of course, not difficult to understand why Trotsky could not reconcile himself to the view that Stalinism derived from the revolution itself and the conditions in which the revolution took place. To have admitted as much would have been tantamount to conceding that the conception of the permanent revolution had finally foundered upon the reality of Russian society and perhaps that of European society as well. This does not mean that Trotsky's analysis of Stalinism was merely an exercise in, quote, wishful thinking, end quote. On the contrary, insofar as it probed the social and political roots and character of the whole phenomenon, it was, and in many ways still is, one of the most perceptive theoretical accounts of it. But the more he dissected the realities of Stalinism, the more all the contradictions of his own socialist vision for Russia reemerged. One, the new course, or the, quote, new course, end quote. At the end of 1923, with Lenin ill and the struggle for the succession already underway, Trotsky published a series of articles in Pravda, later collected in a pamphlet under the title The Novyi Kurs, the New Course, in which for the first time he raised some of the issues over which he would eventually become irreconcilably estranged from the post-Lenin history of the Soviet Union. Footnote. Except for one appendix written in 1920, the whole of this work was composed at the end of 1923, although parts of it originally appeared separately in Pravda during December 1923. The book is here treated as one whole. For the English translation, see Trotsky, The New Course. End footnote. Footnote. The title of the pamphlet is a reference to the so-called, quote, new course, end quote, initiated by the party leadership, ostensibly to bring about the democratization of party institutions, though in fact it amounted to no more than a ploy against Trotsky and the 1923 opposition in general. In order not to appear as an opponent of greater inter-party freedom, Trotsky had no choice but to append his name to the proclamation announcing the, quote, new course, end quote, though he fully understood that it was a tactical maneuver against him. Trotsky also understood that its initiators not only did not take the, quote, new course, end quote, seriously, but intended to bring about the very opposite of democratization. This was, therefore, the context in which he wrote Novyi Kurs. For the text of the, quote, new course, end quote, proclamation, see Pravda, the 7th of December, 1923. Trotsky's Uroki Oktobria, Lessons of October, written in September 1924 as the preface to Volume 3 of his Sochnenia, is generally considered to be his main initial attack on the post-Lenin leadership. It is true that this preface had a sensational effect and was the main object of the subsequent anti-Trotskyist counterattacks, but it is largely partisan and polemical in the narrow sense, in character resurrecting old controversies from 1917 and constituting a paean to Lenin. In terms of its ideas, it is far inferior to New Course, which is a more fundamental analysis of social issues as opposed to those of political leadership alone. In this sense, the new course is less directly but more profoundly a condemnation and critique of Stalin, Zinoviev et al. Than Uroki Oktobria, or Lessons of October. End footnote. Although a number of years were to pass between the publication of this pamphlet and Trotsky's more complete critique during the 1930s of Soviet society and its institutions, this is a seminal work, prescient in its grasp of the emerging dangers to the revolution, and anticipating many of the phenomena which later became institutionalized as permanent components of the Soviet system. A summary of its ideas, therefore, will provide an appropriate introduction to Trotsky's later analysis of Stalinism. The role of the Revolutionary Party and its inner structure, the influence of organizational exigencies upon doctrinal precepts and ideals, the need on the one hand for a strong select leadership and on the other for mass participation and democracy, all these were problems which had concerned Trotsky from his earliest days as a revolutionary and as a member of the Russian Social Democratic movement. We have seen how suspicious Trotsky had been from 1903 onwards of Lenin's attitudes towards these problems and how tenaciously he had fought against Bolshevism. In 1917, however, his views changed abruptly, and as long as Lenin remained alive and he himself, next to Lenin, the central figure in the Soviet leadership, these problems hardly recurred to him. On the contrary, Trotsky allowed himself to be so carried away by his enthusiasm for Lenin and for Bolshevism that Trotsky seemed to shut his eyes to the fact that the so-called, quote, dictatorship of the proletariat, end quote, was turning into a, quote, dictatorship over the proletariat, end quote, a danger Trotsky himself had foreseen in his anti-Bolshevik days. He had become, in fact, the most ardent defender, if not apologist, of a regime which was rapidly becoming thoroughly authoritarian. It was not until virtually 1923 that Trotsky awoke once again to the dangers inherent in this, though it was not the rule of the party as such, but its internal character which aroused his concern. By then, the apparatus and composition of the party, as well as the men in direct control of it, and their manner of decision-making, had become very different from what they had been before and in the first years of the Revolution. The changes had begun before Lenin's illness, but now with Lenin incapacitated and organizational matters entirely in the hands of Stalin, the process was being accelerated. Leaving aside for the moment the question to what extent such changes could later be seen as the consequences of, quote, Leninism, and of Lenin himself, we shall speak of this later in this chapter. What was ominous at this stage was the fact that they now appeared to be largely premeditated and intentionally sought after. It had evidently become the aim of Stalin and his allies to encourage the trend towards the emergence of a new type of party member and of the primacy of the organizational apparatus. Footnote. For an account of the party apparatus under Lenin and the manner in which it came under the control of Stalin, see Shapiro, The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, chapters 13 to 19. Obviously, he's not referring to Ben Shapiro. It is in the context of these developments, as well as of the personal campaign being waged against him, that Trotsky wrote The New Course. Nothing could be further from the truth than to present Trotsky in the subsequent controversy as the voice of freedom and democracy striking out against the forces of darkness. The issue is not the liberalization of the regime, nor the legitimacy of the one-party system, nor even the scope of the authority of one party, and it is not in the name of a new political structure that Trotsky spoke. On the contrary, Trotsky wanted above all a return to the kind of regime created by Lenin, and though for him that regime was far more enlightened, it could hardly be described as democratic. Moreover, Trotsky was no less interested in party unity and discipline than his opponents, and no less intolerant than they of party factions and groupings. Both the dictatorship of the party in general and the principle of, quote, centralism, end quote, remained for him inviolable foundations of Soviet society and government. Not the dictatorship of the party, but dictatorship within the party was his concern. The issue, therefore, was the internal character of the party and the distribution of power in it, and within the limits of this issue, Trotsky was certainly on the side of what may be legitimately called democratic principles. Thus, one of the central demands which he made in the new course was for a policy which would widen the mass basis of the party, increase membership among workers, encourage genuine mass participation, and compel party officials to be open to the influence of the rank and file. Moreover, it was the new generation of communists, the youth, with what he saw to be their new ideas and initiative, that he wanted not only to win over to the party, but also to enable to influence it in new directions. Though he himself obviously belonged to the old guard, the pamphlet was a warning against the dangers of allowing veteran members to retain unchallenged hold over the party. No less striking was his plea for freedom of expression, for the values to be attached to criticism, independence of thought, truth, and the possibility of open debate. He denounced the whole concept of the, quote, yes men, end quote, and all those other kinds of, quote, empty well-wishers who know what side their bread is buttered on, end quote. Finally, he totally rejected every tendency toward personal, not to mention one-man rule. He believed that the main principle of Bolshevik centralism was always the rule of the, quote, collectivity, end quote, and that this principle had to be restored now. Of course, Trotsky nowhere defined it as meaning the elimination of hierarchical organs, and their substitution by some kind of organizational equality. But the reaching of decisions should, in his view, represent the, quote, collective will, end quote, at each level, and not that of a single individual strategically placed by virtue of his party function. However passionate Trotsky's plea for the democratization of party organs may have sounded, it would seem that it was not so much democracy as such as an end in itself which moved him as the purpose which he believed it would serve. The real concern running through the new course is the preservation of the revolutionary spirit. At a time when the social revolution in the Soviet Union, not to mention the revolution in the West, had hardly begun, it seemed to him that already the party was turning into a conservative, institutionalized force, more concerned with protecting the little that had been achieved than pursuing the much that remained unfulfilled. New blood, new ideas, criticism, discussion, mass enthusiasm, all these, he believed, would not only democratize the party, but preserve the party's revolutionary character, its original sources of inspiration, its very obsession with the real goals of socialism, its determination not merely to hold power, but to use power to change human society. Now it appeared to Trotsky that the spirit was being banished, and in its place a new driving force, entirely different in its implications and possibilities, was being implanted. This new force, he declared, was, quote, bureaucratism, end quote, the very antithesis and scourge of revolutionism. In the new course, Trotsky did no more than raise the most general characteristics of bureaucratism, and we shall have to wait until his writings of the 1930s for his more original analysis and theory of this phenomenon. Yet already here, his understanding of its implications for Soviet society was profound. He did not doubt that it was a driving force in its own way capable of providing certain needs order, stability, security, and so on, which were obviously still absent from Soviet society. And Trotsky recognized its potential when backed by unlimited power and force for reshaping that society, even if in a manner hardly consistent with either his or the revolution's ideals. Yet it was precisely these ideals which, in Trotsky's view, were here at stake. A bureaucratic system would, he believed, automatically exclude the fulfillment of those very goals which the revolution had set out to realize, thus whatever immediate advantages would accrue from it, whereas nothing compared with the irreparable damage it would do to the whole raison d'etre of the regime. One needed only to consider, according to Trotsky, the sources of bureaucratism to recognize its incompatibility with socialist aims, for it was a phenomenon growing out of those very social ills which socialism was committed to eradicating, and was itself a symptom of the fact that socialism had not yet succeeded in this objective. Bureaucratism was a substitute, and an artificial one at that, for the kind of social harmony which still remained unrealized. Quote, "It is unworthy of a Marxist to consider that bureaucratism is only the aggregate of the bad habits of office holders. Bureaucratism is a social phenomenon in that it is a definitive system of administration of men and things. Bureaucratism's profound causes lie in the heterogeneity of society, the difference between the daily and fundamental interest of various groups of the population. Bureaucratism is complicated by the fact of the lack of culture of the broad masses. With us, the essential source of bureaucratism resides in the necessity of creating and sustaining a state apparatus that unites the interests of the proletariat and those of the peasantry in a perfect economic harmony, from which we are still far removed." End quote. Trotsky. In the new course, it was not so much the sources, however, as the nature and consequences of bureaucratism which occupied Trotsky. Trotsky saw it firstly as a system in which the administrative apparatus, whether of the state or of the party, becomes the dominant organ of government, rather than implementing decisions and policies, which is its proper function, it makes them. Functionaries and specialists are either appointed to political posts or political questions, or referred to the administrative structure they control. Moreover, decisions are reached in accordance with administrative considerations, which now become the supreme criteria. Discussion of the issues involved is thus primarily technical and involves only those who are supposedly competent to deal with such matters. Since in any case, the kind of economic and social reconstruction confronting the post-revolutionary society demands an increase in governmental offices and functions. It is precisely the man with specialist or administrative abilities who is both drawn by and welcomed into the state institutions, while the uneducated worker or the educated but non-administratively minded revolutionary find themselves excluded. Thus, party and government organs become the virtual monopoly of a new kind of, quote, revolutionary, end quote, the bureaucrat, whose approach to all problems is businesslike and down to earth. The problem of the exclusion of the idealistic elements in the new generation, however, was compounded in Trotsky's view by the fact that the old generation, once itself moved by idealistic motives, also developed in the wake of its revolutionary success an interest in the bureaucratization of the revolution. Partly this grew out of its determination to retain power and prevent new men and ideas from supplanting it, and partly it was the consequence of sheer exhaustion, a desire to reap immediate results rather than persevere with long-term goals. Thus, the revolutionary dictatorship of the old guard could be said to have been transformed into an, quote, opportunistic, end quote, clique. Quote, "Does bureaucratism bear within bureaucratism a danger of degeneration, or doesn't it? He would be blind who denied it. In its prolonged development, bureaucratization threatens to detach the leaders from the masses, to bring them to concentrate their attention solely upon questions of administration, of appointments and transfers, of narrowing their horizon, of weakening their revolutionary spirit, that is, of provoking a more or less opportunistic degeneration of the old guard, or at the very least a considerable part of it." End quote. Trotsky. The danger, therefore, was not only that all power would become concentrated in the hands of a few men who controlled the apparatus, but that the dictatorship of the apparatus which they would institute would inevitably lead to a virtual, quote, petrification, end quote, of the revolution. Nothing was more certain in Trotsky's view than that bureaucratism encouraged and in fact thrived on conservatism. It enshrined the past and the present at the expense of the future. Bureaucratism, quote, killed initiative, end quote, discouraged inventiveness, and negated in principle all that appeared in the least new and untried, bold, and original. Thus it preserved a static tradition, applying formally but fanatically methods and thinking which, though perhaps successful in the past, could prove unsuitable in new and different contexts. Under bureaucratism, tradition had no prospect of evolving, and the men who had inherited it no prospect of being enriched by it. Tradition became a body of absolute criteria instead of a dynamic source of guidance. Quote, if we, take our Bolshevik party in its revolutionary past and in the period following October, it will be recognized that its most precious fundamental tactical quality is its unequaled aptitude to orient itself rapidly, to change tactics quickly, to renew its armament, and to apply new methods, in a word, to carry out abrupt turns, This is not to say, naturally, that our party is completely free of a certain conservative traditionalism. A mass party cannot have such an ideal liberty. But its strength and potency have manifested themselves in the fact that inertia, traditionalism, routinism were reduced to a minimum by a far-sighted, profoundly revolutionary tactical initiative, at once audacious and realistic, end quote. In the same connection, defining Leninism, which he identified with true revolutionism, Trotsky wrote, quote, Leninism is genuine freedom from formalistic prejudices, from moralizing doctrinarism, from all forms of intellectual conservatism, attempting to bind the will to revolutionary action, Leninism is orthodox, obdurate, irreducible, but it does not contain so much as a hint of formalism, canon, or bureaucratism, To make out of the traditions of Leninism a supra-theoretical guarantee of the infallibility of all the words and thoughts of the interpreters of these traditions is to scoff at genuine revolutionary tradition and transform it into official bureaucratism, end quote. Trotsky did not deny that party discipline, obedience, and unity are indispensable components of revolutionary action and characteristic of a, quote, Leninist party, end quote, Leninist, end quote, party. But Trotsky rejected the identification of these with the kind of regimentation which was a function of purely dictatorial methods, based on, quote, orders from above, end quote, divorced from all sense of collective responsibility and functioning in accordance with bureaucratic regulations. The preconditions for real unity and effective discipline were debate, criticism, the free airing of opinions, and a collective form of decision-making. Once a decision was made, it was incumbent upon each party member to abide by it scrupulously. But he would best carry it out, in Trotsky's view, if he knew that the decision had been reached following open discussion in which his own, even if opposing, view was allowed a hearing. Thus, Trotsky praised what he called the Leninist principle of joining, quote, critical, bold elaboration of questions with iron discipline and action, end quote. Bureaucratic regimentation, he believed, would only result in, quote, passive obedience, end quote, in the, quote, suppression of personality, end quote, in, quote, servility, and, quote, careerism, end quote. Quote, a Bolshevik is not merely a disciplined man. He is a man who in each case and on each question forges a firm opinion of his own and defends it courageously and independently, not only against his enemies, but inside his own party. Today, perhaps he will be in the minority in his organization. He will submit because it is his party, but this does not always signify that he is in the wrong. Perhaps he saw or understood before the others did a new task or the necessity of a turn. He will persistently raise the question a second, a third, a 10th time if need be. Thereby he will render his party a service, helping it meet the new task fully armed, or carry out the necessary turn without organic upheavals, without factional convulsions. End quote. Trotsky. This statement of Trotsky's position on discipline reveals both the scope and the limits of his commitment to inter-party democracy. Although he supported complete freedom of opinion, he was opposed to any activity which aimed at providing minority views with an organizational base. Thus, throughout the new course, he spoke out against any form of factions or groupings within the party. The tendency towards factionalism was, he admitted, inevitable in a one-party system, since the one party had to be broad enough so as to contain within itself a wide variety of opinions and even interests. This was particularly so in the case of the Bolshevik Party, since it attempted to be a bridge between workers and peasants. But the tendency had to be resisted in Trotsky's view because every faction created both internal dissension and was potentially the source of the coming into being of opposed class interests, or rather of the division of the party into class groupings. In a party of the proletariat, the rise of factions would signify the rise of interests opposed to the proletariat. Thus, it was not only the danger of rival organizations within one party which factionalism threatened to make real, but of the transformation of the party into an arena for class conflicts. How then did Trotsky justify his own position, which, as he knew well, had itself already inspired and become associated with various party groupings? Footnote. Trotsky did not sign the platform of the 46, issued on the 15th of October 1923, and generally held aloof from the group, but the ideas in the platform were almost identical with his, and among those who comprised the group were some of Trotsky's closest political associates. End footnote. Trotsky's reply to this was that the bureaucratism which he was attacking was itself fundamentally anti-proletarian in character and a form of factionalism. For Trotsky, it was those who supported bureaucratism who were deviating from the correct revolutionary policy by introducing methods which would alienate the workers and paralyze their ability to take a part in or even influence revolutionary policy. Quote, if, he wrote, quote, factionalism is dangerous, and it is criminal to shut your eyes to the danger represented by conservative bureaucratic factionalism, end quote. Thus it was the anti-bureaucratic position, which represented the, quote, right road, end quote, the road of the proletarian socialist revolution, while it was bureaucratism which constituted a faction, and one moreover which threatened to lead to the, quote, degeneration, end quote, of the workers' revolution. This last point was to become one of the central theses of Trotsky's later analysis of Stalinism. At the time of writing the new course, however, Trotsky could as yet hardly imagine the extent which such, quote, degeneration, end quote, could reach, and he still believed that bureaucratism was a, quote, deviation or a, quote, tendency, which could be arrested if only the party were to renew its ties with the masses and reassert the Leninist principle of, quote, subordinating to itself its own apparatus, end quote. Quote, it is necessary, end quote, Trotsky wrote, quote, to regenerate and renovate the party apparatus and to make it feel that it is nothing but the executive mechanism of the collective will, quote, the new course, end quote, must begin by making everyone feel that from now on nobody will dare terrorize the party, end quote. Yet even his own conviction of being on the side of, so to speak, the, quote, truth, end quote, and his belief that the bureaucrats were the betrayers of that truth, were insufficient to cause him to break faith with his oath to the party or to violate the principle of obedience. Why Trotsky did not strike out with more than words against the new post-Lenin leadership of the, quote, triumvirate, end quote, why he did not attempt to make a real thrust for power remains the great enigma both of his personality and of his political judgment. Footnote. In connection, see the essay by Joel Carmichael, quote, Trotsky's Agony, end quote, 1972, which quite unconvincingly attributes Trotsky's hesitations to an innate, quote, shyness, end quote. End footnote. This is a subject which cannot be considered within the scope of the present study, but it is clear that Trotsky's overriding sense of loyalty to the party in general and to party unity in particular was a not insubstantial factor in his reticence. In the new course, he had stated, as we have seen, that a Bolshevik who is in the minority in his party will nevertheless, quote, submit because it is his party, end quote. And in May 1924, at the 13th Congress of the party, Trotsky repeated this principle of obedience in a manner which not only revealed again his sense of loyalty, but betrayed also the contradiction of his own position and that of the, quote, Leninist, end quote, conception of the party on which it was based. Answering the attacks against him at the Congress, he had previously sat quietly throughout the proceedings, and this was to be his only address to the delegates. He said, quote, nothing is simpler, morally and politically easier than to confess before one's party to this or that mistake. For this, I think no great moral heroism is needed, ... None of us wishes to be right or can be right against his party. Ultimately, the party is always right because it is a unique historical instrument given to the proletariat for the realization of its fundamental task. I have already said that nothing would be easier than to say before the party, quote, all this criticism, all these declarations, warnings, and protests were simply mistaken in their entirety, end quote. I cannot, however, say so, comrades, because I do not think that is so. I know that one cannot be right against the party. One can be right only with the party and through the party, since history has not created any other paths for the realization of that which is right. The English have a saying, quote, my country, right or wrong, end quote. With far greater historical justification, we can say, quote, right or wrong on certain specific concrete questions, but it is my party, end quote, ... It would be ridiculous, perhaps almost indecent, to express personal statements here, but I hope that, should the need arise, I shall not prove to be the lowest soldier on the lowest of Bolshevik barricades, end quote. Trotsky. Nothing expresses so well the full agony of Trotsky's position as this statement. He could not admit that he was wrong, and he reserved the right to think as his mind and conscience dictated, but neither could he bring himself to doubt what he considered to be the fundamental infallibility of the party. Faced by a conflict between his own views and those of the party, or a majority of it, he bowed to the latter. In this way, he himself chose to defend and preserve the principle of ultimate obedience, a principle he took to be enshrined in Lenin's conception of Bolshevism. Admittedly, it was a principle he now embraced uneasily, as the verbal contortions in the above statement show, but accept it he did, and in so doing he identified himself with what he would in later years recognize as one of the characteristic features of Stalinism. 2. Stalinism. A. The bureaucratic phenomenon. In November 1926, at a time when his own political demise and the ascendancy of Stalin could no longer be in doubt, Trotsky jotted down in his diary some, quote, theses on the interrelation between revolution and counter-revolution, end quote. These show that Trotsky was now beginning to see developments in the party as not merely the results of an internal political struggle, but as deriving from the general post-revolutionary situation in the Soviet Union. Trotsky admitted here that the, quote, hopes engendered by revolution are always exaggerated, end quote, and that the inability of the revolution to fulfill rapidly the high, quote, expectations, end quote, of the masses led to, quote, disillusionment, end quote. This, in turn, drained the revolutionary energy of the masses and created a, quote, more cautious, more skeptical, end quote, mood among them. The peasants now wanted only to retain their immediate post-revolutionary gains, land and the expulsion of the landlords, and showed no interest in socialism, and, quote, considerable layers of the working class, end quote, were unable to maintain their revolutionary enthusiasm. In these conditions, conservative elements in party and state came to the fore, their aim being the, quote, stabilization, end quote, of the regime. These elements expressed themselves through, quote, bureaucratism, end quote, which exploited the post-revolutionary disillusionment and which, in effect, represented a kind of, quote, bourgeois restoration, end quote, a, quote, counter-revolution, end quote. These, quote, theses, end quote, of 1926 may be seen to have contained in succinct form some of the main ideas which would, in the 1930s, comprise Trotsky's analysis of the phenomenon of bureaucracy under Stalin. Trotsky was much influenced, of course, by the standard Marxist interpretation of modern bureaucracy. Thus he took over from Marx the view that the bureaucracy does not and cannot constitute an independent power, that it does not rule, but is an instrument in the hands of wider social or class interests. On the whole, however, Trotsky adapted and widened such Marxist axioms so as to take account of the special character of the Soviet case. This character, he believed, derived from the fact that the Stalinist bureaucracy, unlike the Western bureaucratic model, was a consequence of economic and social backwardness. This is a recurrent central theme in Trotsky's analysis of Stalinism, and the first, therefore, which should be discussed. A. Footnote. The discussion of Trotsky's view of the Soviet bureaucracy, as indeed the whole of this chapter, will be based primarily on his major work dealing with Stalinism, The Revolution Betrayed. References to other works, however, will be made throughout. Also, as will become apparent, his views did not remain static, but rather developed, and the changes will be duly noted by citing different writings. End footnote. A. Bureaucracy and backwardness. The incompatibility of backwardness, understood both in its economic and socio-cultural senses, and socialism was, of course, always a persistent theme in Trotsky's writing, both before and after the Revolution. Trotsky took for granted the proposition that socialism was dependent on the highest development of productive capacities and on the consequent possibilities of solving once and for all the problems of economic want. Before 1917, Trotsky had tended to exaggerate the extent to which forces making for socialist change had evolved in Russia, but even then, and certainly after 1917, he often warned of the, quote, vengeance, end quote, of backwardness, the successful workers' revolution unable to deal fundamentally with social problems because of poverty, primitive technique, the absence of an appropriate cultural and ideological consciousness, and lack of support from the European proletariat. It is these very problems which he now saw to be the root of the Soviet bureaucracy of the 1930s. In The Revolution Betrayed, one of his best-known works and his most comprehensive critique of Soviet society under Stalin, it was written in 1936, he defined the origins of the bureaucracy in the following simple terms, quote, the basis of bureaucratic rule is the poverty of society in objects of consumption, with the resulting struggle of each against all. When there are enough goods in a store, the purchasers can come whenever they want to. When there are few goods, the purchasers are compelled to stand in line. When the lines are very long, it is necessary to appoint a policeman to keep order. Such is the starting point of the power of the Soviet bureaucracy, end quote. The utopian aspects of Marx's view of the future and those of Lenin as well in his State and Revolution had consisted of the belief that once scarcity was eradicated and affluence achieved, problems of distribution will have disappeared, and with them the necessity for specialist administrators or bureaucrats whose function it had been to regulate once limited supplies. Trotsky took over this view in its entirety, but he noted that neither Marx, who did not think of the question in the context of a backward society, nor Lenin had realized how really serious the problem of poverty could become on the morrow of a socialist revolution. Quote, 2 years before the Communist Manifesto, young Marx wrote, quote, a development of the productive forces is the absolutely necessary practical premise of communism because without it, want is generalized, and with want, the struggle for necessities begins again, and that means that all the old crap must revive, end quote. This thought Marx never directly developed, and for no accidental reason. He never foresaw a proletarian revolution in a backward country. Lenin also never dwelt upon it, and this too was not accidental. He did not foresee so prolonged an isolation of the Soviet state. Nevertheless, the citation, merely an abstract construction with Marx, an inference from the opposite, provides an indispensable theoretical key to the wholly concrete difficulties and sicknesses of the Soviet regime. On the historic basis of destitution aggravated by the destruction of the imperialist and civil wars, the, quote, struggle for individual existence, end quote, not only did not disappear the day after the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, and not only did not abate in the succeeding years, but on the contrary assumed at times an unheard of ferocity, end quote. Trotsky. Trotsky hinted at Lenin's naivete in believing in state and revolution that bureaucratism merely reflected the, quote, unfamiliarity of the masses with administration, end quote, and thus failed to draw, quote, all the necessary conclusions as to the character of the state from the economic backwardness and isolatedness of the country, end quote. Lenin had assumed that merely, quote, political measures, end quote, would be sufficient to overcome, quote, bureaucratic distortions, end quote, and insofar as they were applied, quote, the state would gradually and imperceptibly disappear from the scene, end quote. In fact, in Trotsky's view, the problem was not fundamental, the problem was not fundamentally a political, nor even an administrative one in origin, but a social and historical one. The bitter truth that backwardness and socialism were incompatible had to be fully confronted. Quote, the tendencies of bureaucratism which strangled the workers' management in capitalist countries would everywhere show themselves even after a proletarian revolution. But it is perfectly obvious that the poorer the society which issues from a revolution, the sterner, the more naked would be the expression of this, quote, law, end quote. The more crude would be the forms assumed by bureaucratism, and the more dangerous would it become for socialist development. The Soviet state is prevented not only from dying away, but even from freeing itself of the bureaucratic parasite, not by the, quote, relics, end quote, of former ruling classes, as declares the naked police doctrine of Stalin, for these relics are powerless in themselves. It is prevented by immeasurably mightier factors such as material want, cultural backwardness, and the resulting dominance of, quote, bourgeois law, end quote, in what most immediately and sharply touches every human being, the business of ensuring his personal existence, end quote. Trotsky. For an earlier, 1931, but similar definition by Trotsky of the relationship between bureaucratism and backwardness, see his... that's in Russian, I don't know how to read that. It was in the context of these, quote, mightier factors, end quote, that Trotsky saw the triumph of Stalinism. It was true, he admitted, that the actual political struggle which followed the death of Lenin, the personalities involved, the tactics, stratagems, and arguments employed were all relevant to an analysis of Stalin's success. But they were only that layer of the iceberg which protruded above the surface. Quote, a political struggle, end quote, Trotsky wrote, quote, is in its essence a struggle of interests and forces, not of arguments. The quality of the leadership is, of course, far from a matter of indifference for the outcome of the conflict, but it is not the only factor, and in the last analysis is not decisive, end quote. What is decisive is the social milieu, the burden of history which the Russian Revolution inherited and which at a certain point became so overpowering as to appear unbearable. Every revolution, Trotsky noted, was in any case an almost traumatic experience which drained the strength and emotions of its participants. It was, he said, quote, a mighty devourer of human energy, both individual and collective. The nerves give way, consciousness is shaken, and characters are worn out, end quote. How much worse it was, therefore, when, as in the Russian Revolution, the real work of changing society does not proceed, but, on the contrary, only begins on the morrow of the political revolution. Thus the burden of backwardness, together with the inevitable post-revolutionary exhaustion, combined to create the conditions for the triumph of Stalinism, or, what was for Trotsky synonymous with it, bureaucratism. Quote, it is for the very reason that a proletariat still backward in many respects achieved in the space of a few months the unprecedented leap from a semi-feudal monarchy to a socialist dictatorship that the reaction in its ranks was inevitable. This reaction was developed in a series of consecutive waves. External conditions and events have vied with each other in nourishing it. Intervention followed intervention. The revolution got no direct help from the West. Instead of the expected prosperity of the country, an ominous destitution reigned for long. Moreover, the outstanding representatives of the working class either died in the Civil War or rose a few steps higher and broke away from the masses. And then, after an unexampled tension of forces, hopes, and illusions, there came a long period of weariness, decline, and sheer disappointment in the results of the revolution. The ebb of the, quote, plebeian pride, end quote, made room for a flood of pusillanimity and careerism. I don't know what that word means. Pusillanimity? Do you know what it means? The new commanding caste rose to its place upon this wave, end quote. I'm going to look that up. Pusillanimous, showing lack of courage or determination, timid. End quote, Trotsky. Was the Stalinist bureaucracy therefore inevitable, the necessary consequence of a socialist revolution in Russia? In pointing to backwardness as the source of the bureaucracy, this is surely what Trotsky appeared to imply. Yet, as we already know, and as we shall see again, he in fact believed that an alternative development was possible. This contradiction between his social analysis and his political conclusion recurs again and again in the writings of the 1930s. It reflects, of course, the dilemma of the phenomenon he was trying to account for, and we shall return to the significance of the contradiction at the end of this chapter. In the meantime, it is to Trotsky's description and attempt at definition of the bureaucratic phenomenon that we now turn. B. Quote, what is the Soviet Union and where is it going? End quote. What is the Soviet Union and where it is going is the subtitle Trotsky gave to the Revolution Betrayed, and it accurately describes Trotsky's purpose in the book, to define the nature of the Soviet regime and of Soviet society as these emerged in the 1930s. Much of the book's analysis is concerned with the question whether the Soviet Union under Stalinism constitutes a model of society fundamentally different from any other social model. As we shall see below, though Trotsky reached an equivocal negative conclusion, his analysis itself was ambivalent. The starting point for his inquiry was the Soviet claim that the nationalization of property constituted its transformation into, quote, social, end quote, property, and thus that the Soviet Union was already fundamentally a socialist society. This claim Trotsky rejected entirely, quoting from the 1936 Soviet Constitution, where state property was said to be synonymous with, quote, the possessions of the whole people, end quote. Trotsky called this identification, quote, the fundamental sophism of the official doctrine, end quote. And he continued, quote, in order to become social, private property must as inevitably pass through the state stage as the caterpillar, in order to become a butterfly, must pass through the pupal stage. But the pupa is not a butterfly. Myriads of pupae perish without ever becoming butterflies. State property becomes the property of the, quote, whole people, end quote, only to the degree that social privilege and differentiation disappears, and therewith the necessity of the state. In other words, state property is converted into socialist property in proportion as it ceases to be state property. And the contrary is true. The higher the Soviet state rises above the people, and the more fiercely it opposes itself as the guardian of property to the people as its squanderer, the more obviously does it testify against the socialist character of this state property, end quote. We need not pursue Trotsky's argument in detail here, for the fact that state ownership cannot be equated with that system of production and distribution which Marx envisaged for the socialist society is fairly obvious. It is important only to note that Trotsky had correctly pointed to the direct relationship, or as he called it, quote, the dialectic of interaction, end quote, which existed between production and distribution. To change proprietorship while retaining old principles of distribution was for Trotsky to effect a mere, quote, juridical change, end quote, in social relations. It meant that inequality, favoritism, and social and economic distinctions were to be sustained, though under a different name. In practice, it made little difference to the worker whether his place of work was privately owned or in the hands of the state, if in both cases the conditions of work were the same. And in Trotsky's view, state ownership in the Soviet Union was not accompanied by a change in conditions of employment. The principle of wage differentiation had not only been jettisoned, but in its, quote, Stakhanovite, end quote, guise, had been raised to a sacred level. The hierarchical relations of production, according to which some work while others employ and manage, were simply sanctified. The capitalists were simply replaced by the bureaucrats, and the, quote, free workman, end quote, was as much a fiction under state ownership as under private. The principle of workers' participation in the running of their industries could find no place in a system of management which was, quote, super bureaucratic, end quote. Instead, workers became subject to the decrees of a new, quote, corps of slave drivers, end quote. The final overall result was not equality, nor even a system encouraging a spirit of egalitarianism, but the very opposite, the emergence of an almost oligarchical stratum of bureaucrats appropriating to themselves material comforts and luxuries, while the masses continued to struggle for simple existence. State ownership was thus a far cry from the goal of, quote, collective, end quote, ownership. Quote, the Soviet press relates with satisfaction how a little boy in the Moscow Zoo, receiving to his question, quote, whose is that elephant, end quote, the answer, quote, the state's, end quote, made the immediate inference, quote, that means it's a little bit mine too, end quote. However, if the elephant were actually divided, the precious tusks would fall to the chosen, a few would regale themselves with elephantine hams, and majority would get along with hooves and guts. The boys who are done out of their share hardly identify the state property with their own. The homeless consider, quote, theirs, end quote, only that which they steal from the state. The little, quote, socialist, end quote, in the zoological garden was probably the son of some eminent official, accustomed to draw inferences from the formula, l'état, c'est moi. I am the state. End quote. Trotsky. In spite of this, Trotsky rejected the temptation to define the system which had arisen under Stalin as another form of capitalism, specifically, quote, state capitalism, end quote. Such a definition seemed to him to ignore the nevertheless profound differences which characterized the Soviet Union when compared with capitalist society. It was true that a privileged group exploring and living off the work of others had come to dominate the economy of the country. But this group did not own the means of production, nor could it accumulate wealth in the manner of capitalists. Property had not been made, quote, collective or, quote, social, but property had been, quote, socialized, end quote, insofar as private ownership had been abolished. It was meaningless to apply the term, quote, capitalism, end quote, to a system in which there was no private capital and in which production was based not on free competition but on state regulation. Quote, capitalism, end quote, was a term describing a specific historical form of economic organization. To use it now to describe the Soviet system meant abstracting the term from its social and historical context. It meant simplification through analogy, and an exact one at that, instead of precise social analysis. The iniquities of the Soviet system and those of capitalism were analogous, and in practice sometimes even identical, but this was not sufficient in Trotsky's view to reach the conclusion that the source of the evil was the same in each case. Footnote. Here, as in the Revolution Betrayed, he's referring to an article that's in Russian. Here, as in the Revolution Betrayed, he also argued that, quote, state capitalism, end quote, was in fact characteristic of fascist regimes, that is, of declining capitalism, where the state intervened in order to restrict competition and thus secure the interest of monopoly capital. End footnote. Not the least of the reasons, however, for Trotsky's rejection of the, quote, state capitalism, end quote, thesis was his conviction that however powerful and dominated the Soviet bureaucracy had become, it did not and could not constitute a, quote, class, end quote. The view that Soviet society had given birth to a, quote, new class, end quote, was gaining support among critics of the Soviet Union, and towards the end of the 1930s, this would become the subject of one of the final and major theoretical controversies in which Trotsky was to be involved. But already at the beginning of the 1930s, Trotsky was concerned to refute this contention. In an article of 1933, he wrote that, quote, class has an exceptionally important and moreover a scientifically restricted meaning to a Marxist. A class is defined not by participation in the distribution of the national income alone, but by its independent role in the general structure of the economy and by its independent roots in the economic foundation of society. Each class, works out its own special forms of property. The bureaucracy lacks all these social traits. It has no independent position in the process of production and distribution. It has no independent property roots. Its function relates basically to the political technique of class rule. The existence of a bureaucracy in all its variety of forms and differences in specific weight characterizes every class regime. Its power is of a reflected character. The bureaucracy is indissolubly bound up with a ruling economic class, feeding itself upon the social roots of the latter, maintaining itself and falling together with it, end quote. Trotsky thus adhered to the orthodox Marxist view that a bureaucracy could not constitute a class unto itself. He admitted that the Soviet bureaucracy had achieved a, quote, degree of independence, end quote, previously unknown in history, and that it had become, quote, the sole privileged and commanding stratum in Soviet society, end quote. Nevertheless, he argued that its power derived from the function it performed, not from social economic foundations. Quote, the bureaucracy has neither stocks nor bonds. It is recruited, supplemented, and renewed in the manner of an administrative hierarchy, independently of any special property relations of its own. The individual bureaucrat cannot transmit to his heirs his rights in the exploitation of the state apparatus. The bureaucracy enjoys its privileges under the form of an abuse of power. It conceals its income. It pretends that it does not even exist. The bureaucracy's appropriation of a vast share of the national income has the character of social parasitism. End quote. The Soviet bureaucracy, according to Trotsky, like every other bureaucracy, served and lived off a class. But unlike other bureaucracies, the Soviet one emerged when its class, the proletariat, was only just shaking off, quote, destitution and darkness, end quote, and had as yet, quote, no tradition of dominion or command, end quote. Thus, at one and the same time, it both, quote, served, end quote, the interest of the proletariat and dominated it, its power a function of the weakness of the class. The resulting relationship, however, did not make of the bureaucracy an independent class, nor did it amount to, quote, class exploitation, end quote. Quote, ... The privileges of the bureaucracy by themselves do not change the basis of Soviet society, because the bureaucracy derives its privileges not from any special property relations peculiar to it as a, quote, class, end quote, but from those property relations which have been created by the October Revolution and which are fundamentally adequate for the dictatorship of the proletariat. To put it plainly, insofar as the bureaucracy robs the people, ... we have to deal not with class exploitation in the scientific sense of the word, but with social parasitism, albeit on a very large scale, end quote. What then is the Soviet Union? If it is neither socialist nor capitalist, does it constitute some new and unique social phenomenon, or is it merely a mixture of different social forms? It must be admitted that throughout the revolution betrayed, as in the rest of his writings of the 1930s, Trotsky could not quite make up his mind as to how to define precisely the social character of the Soviet regime and the society it was creating. In principle, he was prepared to accept the conventional view that formally, at least, it was a, quote, dictatorship of the proletariat, end quote, and as such, a, quote, preparatory regime transitional from capitalism to socialism, end quote, and therefore fundamentally temporary in character. On this view, insofar as classes and social antagonisms continue to exist, the state and thus the bureaucracy remain unavoidable evils, essential for applying force and decreeing policies where voluntary consent and consensus did not exist. Quote, bureaucracy and social harmony are inversely proportional to each other, end quote. In this sense, too, it was possible to describe the Soviet regime in conventional Marxist terms as having a, quote, dual character, end quote. Quote, socialistic insofar as it defends social property and the means of production, bourgeois insofar as the distribution of life's goods is carried out with a capitalistic measure of value and all the consequences ensuing therefrom, end quote. Seems like a profound sentence. The validity of this definition, however, depended on the assumption that a workers' state must evolve away from, quote, bourgeois or, quote, capitalist characteristics and towards socialist ones. It must be a bridge between the bourgeois and the socialist society, but a bridge open in one direction only. But this, according to Trotsky, was precisely where the difficulty in applying the standard definition to the Soviet regime began. As it appeared at present, that is, in the 1930s, it was far from certain in Trotsky's view that it had unequivocally set course in the socialist direction. The growth rather than the diminution of the bureaucracy, the increase in the power of state organs, the intensification of rule from above, and what is but the social and economic source of these phenomena, the purposeful perpetuation of, quote, bourgeois norms and, quote, of economic rewards and distribution, suggested that the ultimate characteristic of the regime remained in doubt and that a transition in an opposite non-socialist direction was at least a possibility. Nearly 2 decades after a workers' revolution, the state was, quote, not withering away, end quote. The state was not, quote, withering away, end quote, but growing more and more omnipotent, quote, more and more despotic, end quote. The bureaucracy was not dying away, but, quote, rising above the new society, end quote. The matter of the ultimate character of the Soviet Union was thus, in Trotsky's view, far from settled, and either one of two alternatives was realistically conceivable, quote, two opposite tendencies are growing up out of the depth of the Soviet regime, to the extent that, in contrast to a decaying capitalism, it develops the productive forces, it is preparing the economic basis for socialism. To that extent, for the benefit of an upper stratum, it carries to more and more extreme expression bourgeois norms of distribution. It is preparing a capitalist restoration. This contrast between forms of property and norms of distribution cannot grow indefinitely. Either the bourgeois norm must in one form or another spread to the means of production, or the norms of distribution must be brought into correspondence with the socialist property system, end quote. Trotsky categorically declared that, quote, the question of the character of the Soviet Union, bracket, had, end bracket, not yet, bracket, been, end bracket, decided by history, end quote. The most that could be done at this stage by way of definition was to describe the Soviet Union as a, quote, contradictory society halfway between capitalism and socialism, end quote, in which opposing forces were vying with one another in a struggle whose outcome was far from predetermined. It would be a, quote, mistake, end quote, to believe, Trotsky wrote, quote, that from the present Soviet regime only a transition to socialism is possible. In reality, a backslide to capitalism is wholly possible, end quote. It would appear, therefore, that only two alternatives, either capitalism or socialism, were conceivable, and indeed this was precisely Trotsky's conclusion, although he wrote that, quote, to define the Soviet regime as transitional or intermediate means to abandon such finished social categories as capitalism, and therewith, quote, state capitalism, end quote, and also socialism, end quote. In fact, he could not conceive of the ultimate result in any but these, quote, categories, end quote. Either socialism would triumph, or a, quote, bourgeois restoration, end quote, would take place. Either, quote, old Bolshevism, end quote, would oust the bureaucrats, or, a, quote, bourgeois counter-revolutionary party, a, quote, bourgeois counter-revolutionary, end quote, party would overthrow them. A third possibility, that the bureaucrats would perpetuate indefinitely their hold on power and that the Soviet Union would remain forever a kind of, quote, intermediate, end quote, society, neither socialist nor capitalist, appeared to Trotsky to be highly improbable. Even if the bureaucracy were to succeed in consolidating its power and in repulsing the danger both from the, quote, left and the, quote, right, the end result would be no different from the second of the two original alternatives, namely the restoration of capitalism. Quote, we cannot count upon the bureaucracy peacefully and voluntarily renouncing itself on behalf of socialist equality, bracket, should it remain in power, end bracket. If at the present time, it is considered it possible to introduce ranks and decorations, it must inevitably in future stages seek supports for itself in property relations. One may argue that the big bureaucrat cares little what are the prevailing forms of property, provided only they guarantee him the necessary income. This argument ignores not only the instability of the bureaucrat's own rights, but also the question of his descendants, Privileges have only half their worth if they cannot be transmitted to one's children. But the right of testament is inseparable from the right of property. It is not enough to be the director of a trust. It is necessary to be a stockholder. The victory of the bureaucracy in this decisive sphere would mean its conversion into a new possessing class, end quote. Trotsky. The concept of this new class which Trotsky had in mind had nothing in common with the new class idea, which would begin to gain prominence only a few years after this had been written. On the contrary, the, quote, new class, end quote, was for Trotsky nothing else but the, quote, old class, end quote, the bourgeoisie re-emerging, albeit via a circuitous route, but in a form fundamentally no different from that which it had assumed in the past. Should the bureaucrats hold on, they would sooner or later become the, quote, new old, end quote, bourgeoisie, and the society a, quote, new old, end quote, capitalism. A third alternative, a society fitting neither the socialist nor the capitalist category, thus remained out of the question for Trotsky. We shall see later in this chapter how this, quote, either-or, end quote, proposition, despite a momentary though significant reconsideration, persisted in his mind until the very end, and how and why Trotsky resisted a conclusion which not only in retrospect, but already at the time, appeared more realistic than either of his own alternatives. B. The bureaucratic dictatorship. Nothing is more natural for a Marxist, though of course not only for a Marxist, than to make historical comparisons, to draw parallels with the past. It is for him the basis for understanding the present and perhaps the future as well. But the search for historical parallels, even precedents, is never more urgently felt than when the same Marxist finds himself engulfed in a historical enterprise of his own making. At such a time, the multiplicity and pace of events and proximity to them tend to conceal from him the essential character of that which is happening around him. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that as the Russian Revolution became more and more immersed in the problems and details of day-to-day life, its leaders should turn to an event in history of at least comparable dimensions in order to better define the emerging pattern of their work. This event was, of course, the French Revolution of the 18th century, which more than any other phenomenon in modern history provided the Russian Revolution with a constant source for analogies, a model with which to identify or otherwise the developments, confusing and indefinable as they sometimes must have seemed even, perhaps especially to those directly involved in the Soviet Union. From the point of view of its declared goals and the circumstances within which it took place, the Russian Revolution was certainly an unprecedented event in history, obviously different at least in ideological essentials from the French Revolution. But the French Revolution belonged, as Marxist canon never tired of stressing, to the same genus of events in modern history, and to anyone with a sense for the historical, the temptation to draw direct parallels must have been immense indeed. Moreover, the eventual fate of the French experience soon seemed less remote from the Russian, less a matter for historical curiosity, and more a source of anxious fascination about the repetitive ways of revolutionary history. In the years following the death of Lenin, as opposing tendencies began to confront each other more and more directly, so that the revolution was pulled now in one direction, now in another, it became impossible to avoid analogies with the fate of the original French model. To some, it now seemed that fate was about to be repeated in an almost exact pattern, from the phenomenon of Jacobinism to that of Thermidor, and culminating finally in the rise of Bonapartism. Thus, the more the Russian Revolution held up a mirror to itself, the more the French precedent appeared to be reflected in it. A. Thermidor. We have seen in a previous chapter how already in 1904 Trotsky had used the example of the French Revolution to identify certain developments within the social democratic movement in Russia. At that time, Lost my spot. At that time, denouncing the, quote, dictatorial, end quote, tactics of Lenin, he claimed to perceive the first, to him, ugly stirrings of Jacobinism within the Russian revolutionary movement in the form of Bolshevik, quote, substitutionism, end quote. Trotsky was then an opponent of both Jacobinism and Bolshevism. Following 1917, however, he had, of course, not only come to terms with Bolshevism, but had wholeheartedly embraced the revolutionary spirit of Jacobinism. Thus, when in the late 1920s the character of the Russian Revolution began to be debated by analogy with the French, it was Trotsky who, invoking the memory of Lenin, appeared as the defender of the Bolshevik Jacobinist tradition. Footnote. The irony of this has been well noted by Deutscher in The Prophet Unarmed. End footnote. The danger which he claimed to perceive now and against which he was now determined to fight was not, quote, substitutionism, end quote, as such, nor even its concomitant dictatorship, but a particular kind of, quote, substitutionism, end quote, which he believed would lead to an anti-revolutionary dictatorship. This was the danger of, quote, Thermidor, end quote, that other ghost from the French arsenal, which, just as it had once destroyed the revolutionary fervor of French Jacobinism, was now, in Trotsky's view, threatening to liquidate what still remained of Russian, or rather Bolshevik, Jacobinism. Trotsky's definition of Thermidor, as well as his evaluation of the extent of its inroads into Soviet society and of its further prospects, were revised and reformulated by him intermittently so that it is a subject on which his views, if not wholly lacking cohesion, are at best inconsistent. Trotsky was himself aware of this and admitted as much, and it was only in the mid-1930s that Trotsky adopted a more or less unambiguous attitude on this question. Until then, he could not quite decide what to make of the Thermidor label or how to make it stick within the Soviet context. In 1927, when he first broached the subject, he recalled that, quote, the ultra-left, end quote, by now extinct, had some years previously been up in arms about the extent to which Thermidorian elements had by then already triumphed in government and society. Footnote. The alarm about Thermidor appears to have been first raised by, quote, ultra-left, end quote, communist, the so-called, quote, democratic centralist, end quote. I have a paper coming up, or a recording coming up on the YouTube channel. Might be already up by the time I put this up, but it's by Robert V. Daniels. That's kind of like a summary of his work on this period, in the early period of the post-October Revolution, and the various dissident factions that existed within the Russian Communist Party prior to the banning of factions in 1921. And the democratic centralists appear prominently in that. There's also a piece by Robert V. Daniels that's just called The Left Communist that I have yet to read, but I should read. Anyway, but if you're interested, check that out. Anyway, end of footnote. Although Trotsky at this time dismissed this alarm as premature, he agreed that the danger of Thermidor existed. He took the view, however, that it was a purely right-wing danger emanating from those whose policies were clearly aimed at a virtual, quote, bourgeois restoration, end quote. Thus it was men like Bukharin, Rykov, Kalinin and Tomsky, the, quote, right-wingers, end quote, who worried him from this point of view rather than Stalin and the other, quote, zigzagging, end quote, bureaucrats or, quote, empirical, end quote, apparatus men whom he considered as more, quote, centrist, end quote, in their views. It was this, quote, rightist, end quote, danger which he stressed in a speech of June 1927 before the Presidium of the Central Control Commission, and in which his nearly hysterical denunciation of Thermidor was accompanied by an impassioned defense of Jacobinism, that of Robespierre as well as that of Lenin. Footnote. The speech is reproduced in... Awesome. Fucking... The speech is reproduced in Trotsky's Stalinskaya Skola Falsification. The Stalinist School of Falsification. Doesn't say that. Trotsky had been arraigned before the commission to answer charges of, quote, factionalism, end quote. End footnote. Trotsky here clearly feared the reemergence of the, quote, bourgeois classes, end quote, in society, using the right wing of the party as their instrument. Footnote. Although the right-wing faction appeared to him to be the real Thermidorian enemy, Trotsky did raise the possibility later in 1927 that Stalin's, quote, bureaucratic centrist faction, ... staggering between two class lines, ... in sharp zigzags, end quote, would also help to, quote, prepare, end quote, Thermidor. See, quote, the fear of our platform, end quote, in The Real Situation in Russia, pages 3 to 19. The term, quote, centrism, end quote, which Trotsky was to use until 1935 in relation to Stalin's, quote, faction, end quote, was defined by him as describing those, quote, trends within the proletariat and on its periphery, which are distributed between reformism and Marxism, and which most often represent various stages of evolution from reformism to Marxism and vice versa, end quote. Trotsky, The Struggle Against Fascism in Germany, pages 210 to 211, end footnote. The defeat of the right wing in 1928 to 29, however, and the consequent shift to the left under Stalin appeared to Trotsky to constitute a major blow against the Thermidorian danger. Already in October 1928, in a, quote, letter to friends, end quote, written from his exile in Alma-Ata, Trotsky admitted that for the time being at least the forces of Thermidor had been effectively pushed back, if not entirely eliminated. And in an article of 1929, Trotsky felt obliged to defend Stalin in spite of the fact that Stalin had at the beginning of that year banished Trotsky from the Soviet Union against those who condemned Stalin's regime as Thermidor triumphant. Footnote. The condemnation of Stalin which Trotsky here rejected was made by the, quote, Leninbund, end quote, a German ultra-left group led by Hugo Urbans, to whose journal Die Fahne des Kommunismus Trotsky was at the time contributing. End footnote. Trotsky here defined Thermidor as nothing less than a counter-revolution in which power passed from one class to another and which could succeed only through civil war. This, in his view, is what had happened in France with the defeat of the plebeians, the sans-culottes. The sans-culottes. But nothing of the sort, he claimed, had occurred in the Soviet Union. Here, in spite of the bureaucratic degeneration represented by Stalin, the means of production remained in the hands of the state and had not passed into those of the bourgeoisie, and this was what counted in the end. There had been no counter-revolutionary civil war, and it was inconceivable to him that Thermidor could be carried out peacefully through quiet bureaucratic change. Footnote: Trotsky also refused to accept the analogy drawn by the Leninbund, according to which his own expulsion was like the execution of Robespierre. End footnote. In this same article, Trotsky also rejected the view that the bureaucracy could constitute a new exploiting class while having no property of that bureaucracy's own and fulfilling only managerial functions. Thus, Trotsky persisted in seeing Thermidor as a right-wing bourgeois class phenomenon which the Stalin regime did not, in Trotsky's view, conform to, and which therefore remained a largely unfulfilled danger in the Soviet Union. It was not until the 1934 to 35 period, a crucial one in the Soviet Union, that Trotsky began revising his conception of Thermidor in general and within the Soviet context in particular. Footnote: by the beginning of 1933, Trotsky had become much more alarmed about the prospects of the Thermidorian threat, but he continued to insist that it could triumph only as a, quote, petty bourgeois counter-revolution, end quote, generated by the peasantry primarily. End footnote. This was the period of the assassination of Kirov, of the swing from the previous left-wing course in the Comintern to, quote, popular front tactics, end quote, and at the new wave of purge trials and terror. Footnote: in an article written in December 1934, a few weeks after the assassination of Kirov, Trotsky was not yet prepared to discard his position on the Soviet Thermidor. But he now conceded that the bureaucracy could no longer be relied upon to preserve even the gains of October 1917. End footnote. Trotsky was now convinced that the Soviet regime had become, quote, Bonapartist, end quote, in character. Footnote: Trotsky's interpretation of Soviet, quote, Bonapartism, end quote, is discussed in the next section of this chapter. End footnote. But as he knew only too well, Bonapartism in France had followed Thermidor and, as he would argue, was in fact a higher, more entrenched form of Thermidor. If, therefore, Stalin was the, quote, Soviet Bonaparte, end quote, if this analogy was to be sustained, it was necessary to re-evaluate the, quote, Soviet Thermidor, end quote, analogy. This is precisely what Trotsky did in an essay first published in April 1935, and in which he now admitted that, having grasped the nature of the French Thermidor incorrectly in the past, he had failed to appreciate its reincarnation in the Soviet Union under Stalin. The error he had made, he now confessed, was to think that the original Thermidor had been a counter-revolution. To have been such, it would have had to restore the feudal property relations which existed prior to 1789, but nothing of the sort had happened. On the contrary, Thermidor had anchored itself to the social foundations of the bourgeois revolution. What Thermidor had amounted to, therefore, was a reaction within the revolution, the transfer of power from the left Jacobins to moderate and conservative ones, from the great masses of the bourgeoisie to a well-to-do minority. Looked at in this way, it now seemed clear to Trotsky that the same process, though now in the context of a proletarian revolution, had been repeated in the Soviet Union some 130 years later. Quote, today it is impossible to ignore the fact that in the Soviet Revolution as well a shift to the right took place a long time ago, a shift entirely analogous to Thermidor, although much slower in tempo and more masked in form, ... Socially, the proletariat is more homogeneous than the bourgeoisie, but the proletariat contains within itself an entire series of strata which become manifest with exceptional clarity following the conquest of power, during the period when the bureaucracy and a workers' aristocracy connected with it begin to take form. The smashing of the left opposition implied in the most direct and immediate sense the transfer of power from the hands of the revolutionary vanguard into the hands of the more conservative elements among the bureaucracy and the upper crust of the working class. The year 1924, that was the beginning of the Soviet Thermidor. End quote. Kind of rhymed. End quote. Trotsky. Trotsky was now prepared to accept the view originally propounded by the, quote, ultra-left, end quote, communist, and at the same time rejected by him, that Thermidor had become an established fact within a year or two of its beginnings, that is, by about 1926. Footnote. Quote, the Thermidorians, end quote, Trotsky wrote in his essay of 1934, quote, can celebrate approximately the 10th anniversary of their victory, end quote. End footnote. He now has also claimed that the doctrine of, quote, socialism in one country, end quote, was in fact the doctrine of Thermidor. The contradictions raised by a workers' revolution in a backward society could have been resolved only by grasping that revolution as part of a world revolution. Since this conception was rejected, the contradictions not only persisted, but threatened to destroy all that had been accomplished. Thus the doctrine of, quote, socialism in one country, end quote, to protect the revolution at least of 1917 had but one recourse, the bureaucratic domination of state and society, that is, the undermining of mass organizations and mass participation and their substitution by a bureaucratic apparatus manned by managerial functionaries and supported only by, quote, the upper crust of the working class, end quote. In this way, the, quote, dictatorship of the proletariat, end quote, was replaced by the, quote, dictatorship of the bureaucracy, end quote. The latter, however, was a dictatorship in the worst sense of the word, since it was not that of a class, but of a ruling caste, and it was wielded for the purpose not of resolving social contradictions, but of politically manipulating them. Footnote. In the Revolution Betrayed, on page 105, Trotsky defined the, quote, Soviet Thermidor, end quote, as, quote, a triumph of the bureaucracy over the masses, end quote. End footnote. As in France, so in the Soviet Union, this was the triumph of Thermidor. Nevertheless, Trotsky added, just as in France, Thermidor solidified itself on the basis of changes created by the revolution, so the Soviet Thermidor based itself on the changes brought about by 1917. Thus it was not a counter-revolution, though it constituted a major victory for conservative, even reactionary elements within the revolution. In this sense, he claimed to have been correct, at least in his rejection during the 1920s of the, quote, ultra-left view, end quote, that the Soviet Union had then embarked on the restoration of private property and on the liquidation of the 1917 revolution. In fact, the usurpation of power by the bureaucracy, quote, was made possible and can maintain itself only because the social content of the dictatorship of the bureaucracy is determined by those productive relations which were created by the proletarian revolution, end quote. Had it sought to erase October 1917, had it chosen to reestablish bourgeois property relations, it would have lost the basis for its power and been swept aside by a truly counter-revolutionary regime. Footnote. Clearly, therefore, however deep his contempt for Stalin's bureaucracy, Trotsky still preferred its triumph to that of the now defunct right wing of the party, which in the 1920s he saw as the spearhead of the bourgeois revolution. End footnote. Quote, in this sense, end quote, Trotsky added, quote, we may say with complete justification that the dictatorship of the proletariat found its distorted but indubitable expression in the dictatorship of the bureaucracy, end quote. Trotsky. Trotsky's revision of his views, as outlined above, meant that he no longer saw Thermidor as a necessarily right-wing bourgeois counter-revolution, but as the bureaucratization of revolution, or of those essential changes which the revolution had introduced. This did not imply, however, that as a result of Thermidor even these changes had been permanently safeguarded. In Trotsky's view, the dictatorship of the bureaucracy did not constitute a permanent solution to the social contradictions in Soviet society, but merely an interim and artificial palliative whose dubious advantage was that it had created the illusion of internal stability and consolidation. In fact, the possibility of a social upheaval and a reversal to pre-Soviet society could not be ruled out. As the social contradictions became more and more irreconcilable, the regime had found it more and more difficult to exercise control by purely bureaucratic means. Oh, I missed a footnote. Trotsky's discussion of the, quote, Soviet Thermidor in The Revolution Betrayed adds nothing substantial to the analysis contained in his 1935 article. This is also the case with the various other writings, too numerous to list, of the post-1935 period in which he repeated the Thermidorian analogy. See, for example, his Stalin. For a brief account of Trotsky's views on Thermidor from the late 1920s onward, see Siegfried Bana, quote, Trotsky on Stalin's Russia. Survey, April 1962. End footnote. The original French Thermidor, confronted by analogous problems, eventually gave way to the dictatorship of Napoleon Bonaparte, a similar development. Trotsky believed had now taken place in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Thermidor had been succeeded by Soviet Bonapartism, a form of dictatorship which, though retaining the bureaucratic structure, added the element of personal rule. The introduction of this element, Trotsky believed, now emerged as the final desperate attempt at preserving the changes of 1917 within the regime's political and ideological framework of, quote, socialism in one country, end quote. B. Bonapartism. If Thermidor was for Trotsky the social consequence of the bureaucratic phenomenon in the Soviet Union, Bonapartism was its political culmination. By the mid-1930s, therefore, Trotsky had become convinced that the original French scenario would be played out in full within the Soviet context. Yet until then, having resisted, as we have seen, the Thermidorian analogy, but unable to deny what he took to be clear signs of the development of personal rule, Trotsky toyed with the idea that Bonapartism in the Soviet Union might triumph without a prior Thermidorian stage. Thus, already in 1928, in the, quote, letter to friends, end quote, in which he defended Stalin against the Thermidorian charge, he considered conditions nearly ripe for a Bonapartist takeover. It could assume he wrote, one of two forms, either a military coup d'etat or the complete monopolization of power by Stalin himself. If the former succeeded, this would be because the present regime had alienated its mass base, workers as well as peasants, thus creating a power vacuum which the army could exploit. Such a coup would have as its main goal the maintenance of order and stability, and in pursuit of this goal, sooner or later its leaders would bring about a capitalist restoration. However, though an army coup seemed to Trotsky the most likely prospect, there was in his view the possibility that Stalin, fearing the loss of power, would strike first. In this case, one could expect the very rapid transformation of Stalin's rule into an all-powerful personal dictatorship. All pretense to collective or party government would disappear, and a period of outright suppression of all real, potential, or imaginary opponents would be ushered in. The consequence would be the undermining of all institutions, not least the party and the bureaucracy, both of which would become subjugated to the dictator. Though such a dictatorship with Stalin as its Bonaparte would be less overtly counter-revolutionary than the military alternative in the long run because of its instability and permanent conflict with all elements of society, it too would lead to the collapse of socialism. This conception of, quote, Bonapartism before Thermidor, end quote, persisted in Trotsky's writings in the following years. In 1931, Trotsky wrote that while the Stalin regime could not yet be identified with Bonapartism, the, quote, degeneration, end quote, of the bureaucracy which had taken place was, quote, one of the preconditions, end quote, for Bonapartism. I missed a footnote here. Of the two evils, Trotsky clearly preferred that of Stalin. In fact, to prevent a military coup, he was prepared to unite with Stalin and urge the left opposition not to rule out such cooperation. End footnote. I forget where I was, but anyway, I'll get back to the text and try to, hopefully it won't be too repetitive. In 1931, he wrote that while the Stalin regime could not yet be identified with Bonapartism, the, quote, degeneration, end quote, of the bureaucracy which had taken place was, quote, one of the preconditions, end quote, for Bonapartism. In contrasting the latter with Thermidor, he defined it as a, quote, more open, quote, riper, end quote, form of bourgeois counter-revolution, end quote. And Trotsky added, quote, the crushing of the right wing of the party and the renunciation of its platform diminished the chances of the first step-by-step veiled, that is, Thermidorian form of the overthrow, bracket, by the bourgeoisie, end bracket. The plebiscitary degeneration of the party apparatus undoubtedly increases the chances of the Bonapartist form, end quote. By 1932, it had become clear to him that Stalin, not a military dictatorship, would be the Soviet counterpart of the French Bonaparte. Trotsky now condemns Stalin for introducing the, quote, principle of a super-monarchical authority, end quote, and by virtue of this principle alone throwing into doubt the character of his regime. But even now he was prepared to attach the Bonapartist label to, quote, Stalinism, end quote, only if it was recognized at the same time that it was a regime which continued to be grounded in, quote, Soviet soil, end quote. Thus, in spite of his earlier pronouncement that Bonapartism was a form of the, quote, bourgeois counter-revolution, end quote, he persisted in attributing fundamental importance to the fact that Stalin had so far preserved the nationalized character of the Soviet economy. As a consequence, Trotsky appeared undecided as to whether Bonapartism was a social phenomenon or a purely political phenomenon. When, in 1935, Trotsky reformulated his position on the Soviet Thermidor, Trotsky was able to state more clearly the relationship between it and Bonapartism. Trotsky had, in any case, never claimed to take a schematic view of the distinction between them. They were, he had written in 1931, quote, only stages of development of the same type in which the living historic process is inexhaustible in the sphere of creating transitional and combined forms, end quote. What emerged now, according to Trotsky, was that the two had evolved simultaneously so that the conservative social content of the regime's thermidor, was buttressed by a dictatorial political form. It's Bonapartism. First, bureaucratism had been enshrined, involving inevitably a shift to the right. This immediately came into conflict with the needs of the masses and with the idea of a workers' state. Deprived of mass support, the bureaucracy was forced to acquire an independent power base in order to survive. It did so in two ways: by, quote, strangling, end quote, the party, the Soviets, and the working class, and by creating institutions of suppression concentrated in the hands of the single ruler. And the more this process advanced, the more did Stalinism, which began as, quote, bureaucratic centrism, end quote, turn into Bonapartism. Trotsky took pains to point out that Soviet Bonapartism was not to be confused with the Bonapartism of fascist regimes, a phenomenon Trotsky had analyzed elsewhere. The latter had arisen in response to the crisis threatening bourgeois society, and its goal was to restore and defend capitalist property. Moreover, fascist Bonapartism appeared at a time when bourgeois society was in disarray, declining and decaying, and it represented the last despairing grasp of a drowning class. As against this, Soviet Bonapartism was distinguished not only by its protection of non-capitalist nationalized property, but by the fact that it arose at the outset of the establishment of this form of property and of the coming to power of a, quote, young, end quote, class, the workers. Thus it was analogous not with the dictatorship which the, quote, last days, end quote, of bourgeois society threw up, but with that of its beginning, its ascent. Quote, and the young advancing Bonapartism, which was not only the grave digger of the political principles of the bourgeois revolution, but also the defender of its social conquest, The present-day Kremlin Bonapartism we juxtapose, of course, with the Bonapartism of bourgeois rise and not decay, with the Consulate and the First Empire, and not with Napoleon III, and, all the more so, not with Schleicher or Dumergue, end quote. Trotsky. Footnote, quote, we apply, end quote, Trotsky wrote, quote, a common name to these two manifestations because they have common traits. It is always possible to discern the youth in the octogenarian despite the merciless ravages of time, end quote. Trotsky, end footnote. Stalin, therefore, was the Napoleon I of the Russian Revolution. The parallels between Stalin and his historical antecedent were all the more striking for showing the extent to which the same political form could be utilized to protect entirely different social forms. Quote, in the former case, bracket, i.e. Napoleon I, end quote, end bracket, the question involved was the consolidation of the bourgeois revolution through the liquidation of the bourgeois revolution's principles and political institutions. In the latter case, bracket, i.e. Stalin, end bracket, the question involved is the consolidation of the worker-peasant revolution through the smashing of its international program, its leading party, its Soviets. Developing the policies of Thermidor, Napoleon waged a struggle not only against the, quote, rabble, end quote, but also against the democratic circles of the petty and middle bourgeoisie. In this way, he concentrated the fruits of the regime born out of the revolution in the hands of the new bourgeois aristocracy. Stalin guards the conquest of the October Revolution not only against the feudal bourgeois counter-revolution, but also against the claims of the toilers, their impatience, and their dissatisfaction. He crushes the left wing, which expresses the ordered, historical, and progressive tendencies of the unprivileged working masses. He creates a new aristocracy by means of an extreme differentiation in wages, privileges, ranks, etc., leaning for support upon the topmost layer of the new social hierarchy against the lowest, sometimes vice versa. Stalin has attained the complete concentration of power in his own hands. What else should this regime be called if not Soviet Bonapartism? End quote. Trotsky. Despite all the distinctions which Trotsky wished to make between Soviet Bonapartism and the fascist variety, here too Trotsky was prepared to admit that the two were in some important ways similar. Both, in the first place, represented the rupture which had been wrought between politics and society. Trotsky had described fascist Bonapartism as the final, quote, stratagem, end quote, of a dying capitalist class. He had also, however, recognized that the capitalist class, by resorting to fascism to save itself, was relinquishing direct rule in favor of rule by a leadership whose origins were not capitalist but petty bourgeois, and this latter represented, in a sense, the rootless, quote, dregs, end quote, of a decaying capitalist society. When this leadership came to power, it pretended to speak not in the name of a class, but in that of an abstraction, the, quote, nation-state, end quote, as a whole. To be sure, fascist Bonapartism continued to rest upon and serve not the nation but the capitalist, yet it also encouraged the impression that it was politically independent, a regime drawing its legitimacy not from this or that class or even from a particular economic and social structure, but from a popular plebiscite rising supposedly above all individual or group distinctions. However illusory this was, there was a sense, according to Trotsky, in which politics were severed from or stood above society and its foundations. The capitalists' original agreement to sacrifice the formal parliamentary institutions was followed by the fascist creation of autonomous organs, bureaucracy, police leader, over which there was no social or constitutional control. In this way, politics were given an independent base and came to dominate society. The same process, Trotsky believed, could be seen to unfold and come to fruition under Soviet Bonapartism. A regime raised to power by the workers, it renounced its class character by glorifying state power, resorting to the sham, quote, democratic ritual, end quote, of the popular vote, the, quote, plebiscite, end quote, while at the same time destroying the only legitimate popular institution, the party, and replacing the party with the bureaucracy, the police, the single leader. Footnote: the revolution betrayed. Trotsky here spoke of Bonapartism as the modern form of ancient, quote, Caesarism, end quote. End footnote. There were, however, further similarities between Soviet and fascist Bonapartism. Both, Trotsky noted, were, quote, crisis regimes, end quote, characterizing societies living through a period of pronounced economic difficulties and sharpened antagonisms between social reality and social needs. Both reacted by suppressing antagonisms through force rather than by confronting the real social problems. Both, moreover, owed their, quote, birth to, quote, one and the same cause, end quote, the, quote, belatedness of the world revolution, the dilatoriness of the world proletariat in solving the problems set for it by history, end quote. Thus, Trotsky was able to conclude, quote, Stalinism and fascism, in spite of a deep difference in social foundations, are symmetrical phenomenon. In many of their features, they show a deadly similarity, end quote. Nothing, however, so clearly expressed this, quote, deadly similarity, end quote, in Trotsky's view as the role which the one ruler, Stalin, had forged for himself. Like fascism, Soviet Bonapartism appeared the moment that institutionalized forms of rule no longer suffice to protect a social and political system lacking popular or mass support. The device of, quote, the leader, end quote, whether he was naturally charismatic or pretended to be so, as in the case of Stalin, served a number of functions. In the first place, to personalize and thus popularize an impersonal bureaucracy. Secondly, to create a national, quote, symbol, end quote, above and beyond class differences, which would provide a focus for national identification and national effort, and thus an alternative to what should have been such a focus, the socialist and revolutionary content of the regime, but which had been undermined by the policies of, quote, socialism in one country, and, quote, thirdly, to provide the semblance of stability, the impression of power entrenched, wielded, and dispensed, and thereby to conceal the fundamental social weakness of the regime. Thus, the more the original Thermidorian bureaucracy ran up against social antagonisms of that bureaucracy's own making, the more that bureaucracy resorted to a purely political, personalized device for staving those antagonisms off. Quote, the increasingly insistent deification of Stalin is, with all its elements of caricature, a necessary element of the regime. The bureaucracy has need of an inviolable superarbiter, a first council, if not an emperor, and it reigns upon its shoulders him who best responds to its claim for lordship. That, quote, strength of character, end quote, of the leader, which so enraptures the literary dilettantes of the West, is in reality the sum total of the collective pressure of a caste which will stop at nothing in defense of its position. Each one of them at his post is thinking, L'État, c'est moi. I am the state. In Stalin, each one easily finds himself. In Stalin, each one easily finds himself. But Stalin also finds in each one a small part of his own spirit. Stalin is the personification of the bureaucracy. That is the substance of his political personality, end quote. Trotsky. Of course, the personalization of the regime was only secondarily motivated by concern over its external image. The fundamental ambition was the monopolization of power, not only in appearance but in reality, and it was an ambition which the regime, through Stalin, set out to pursue in the most single-minded, ruthless manner yet conceived of. It is here, Trotsky believed, that the full significance of the terror, the purges, show trials, the physical regimentation of millions manifested itself at two levels simultaneously. Firstly, as the psychopathology of a bureaucracy alienated from society and of a leader driven to virtual paranoia by his ubiquitous mistrust of all men, between the bureaucracy and the leader, a necessary though uneasy partnership emerged, a virtually symbolic relationship, necessary because neither could survive without the other or by means of any other alliance, uneasy because it was, in effect, a partnership in crime. Footnote. Quote, psychopathology, quote, paranoia, and quote, crime are words which abound in Trotsky's writings on Stalinism. End footnote. At a second level, however, the terror appeared as the logical political instrument of the regime, as, quote, functional, end quote, from the point of view of the regime, and not simply a psychological, irrational phenomenon. Having years ago committed itself to the doctrine of, quote, socialism in one country, end quote, having isolated the Russian masses from the outside world and having thereby created insoluble internal problems which led to antagonism between these masses and itself, the regime found itself compelled to use the means of oppression for the purpose of self-preservation. In Trotsky's view, therefore, terror, far from being an essential feature of a socialist government, was in fact characteristic of a regime which had reneged on socialism. True, in the early years of the revolution, terror had been widely used against all opposition, and he, Trotsky, had been amongst the first to justify it. But whereas terror then had been a necessary result of civil war and of the struggle against the old regime and society, and as such a temporary phenomenon, terror now was the consequence of a reactionary bureaucracy which had turned against those very elements that had once supported the revolution. Stalinism therefore perpetuated, though on a scale hitherto unprecedented, that terror which was meant only for a particular critical period and transformed it into a kind of permanent system of rule. And this, in Trotsky's view, was hardly surprising, since Stalinism continually engendered what was in effect a condition of permanent civil war. How else, except by the use of ever-increasing terror, could it survive this civil war? The new wave of purges, the Yezhov's China, named after Yezhov, who was like, he's the famous guy who's like removed from the picture with Stalin that's on like the banks, I guess of a river in Moscow, or I don't know, I'm guessing that's where it is, I don't know, but he's the guy who kind of, he was one of the main like, architects of like security during the Stalinist terror, but eventually fell to that terror himself, I believe. Oh, he did. I'm not exactly sure, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you are familiar with the figure of Beria, it was like definitely like a fucking like serial rapist and like a psychopath. I think Yezhov filled his role prior to being himself liquidated. That might be wrong though, so that's, if you're just hearing the word Yezhov's China and don't know what it means, I'm trying to give you a little bit of context for what's being discussed. Anyway, the new wave of purges, the Yezhov's China, which began in 1936, was therefore a further example for Trotsky of the extremes to which the Soviet bureaucracy was forced to go in order to preserve itself, both as a privileged, quote, caste, end quote, and a ruling elite. By this time, Trotsky declared in a speech of 1937 its alienation from society had become complete. Quote, "It is time, to recognize, that a new aristocracy has been formed in the Soviet Union. The October Revolution proceeded under the banner of equality. The bureaucracy is the embodiment of monstrous inequality. The revolution destroyed the nobility. The bureaucracy creates a new gentry. The revolution destroyed titles and decorations. The new aristocracy produces marshals and generals," end quote. Trotsky. That was from footnote. That's from I Stake My Life, printed as an appendix to the English, not American edition of The Revolution Betrayed. The quotation is from page 310 of the English edition of The Revolution Betrayed. This is a speech Trotsky prepared for delivery in English by direct telephone wire from Mexico City to a meeting held in New York on the 9th of February 1937 under the auspices of the American Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky. A break in transmission prevented the audience from hearing Trotsky's delivery, and the speech was instead read out at the place of the meeting. End footnote. All this, in Trotsky's view, merely reinforced the resentment of the masses whose fundamental problem remained unresolved. As antagonism increased, so the position of the regime became more and more unstable. Once again, therefore, it resorted to terror to protect itself. But it could hardly admit that its use of brute force was governed by its determination to defend its social status, nor that there existed any real estrangement between it and the masses. Instead, the leaders of the regime were, quote, forced to hide the reality, to deceive the masses, to cloak themselves, calling black white, end quote. One example of this was the pretense to, quote, constitutionalism, end quote, legality, end quote. In 1936, the regime had introduced a new constitution according to which every Soviet citizen was assured the most complete array of democratic rights, including universal suffrage and the secret ballot. In fact, of course, Trotsky immediately pointed out these rights, like the Constitution as a whole, were entirely fictitious, since the possibility of electing other than the existing leadership was inconceivable. Footnote. For Trotsky's views of the 1936 Constitution, see in particular his Novaya Konstitutionisia SSSR in Bulletin Oppositie, May 1936, and the Revolution Betrayed, Chapter 10. At this time, Trotsky was arguing that opposition parties, though not anti-Soviet ones, should be allowed in the USSR. It's 1936. End footnote. No less meaningless, he argued, was the formal legality of the trials against the opponents, real and imaginary, of the regime. Behind the facade of legal proceedings, every illegal method was employed to force confessions and assure conviction. Could anyone be taken in by the trumped-up nature of these trials? Yet the facade, Trotsky believed, was essential from the point of view of the authorities in order to create the illusion, at least, of legitimacy. Footnote. Trotsky devoted innumerable articles and pamphlets to the subject of the Moscow trials. For his general view of this phenomenon, as well as specific comments on various trials, see The Case of Leon Trotsky, Report of Hearings on the Charges Made Against Him in the Moscow Trials, before the Preliminary Commission of Inquiry, John Dewey, Chairman. End footnote. The trial and purges of the, quote, frame-up system, the trials and purges, or the, quote, frame-up system, end quote, as Trotsky called them, had in his view an additional function, however, extending beyond simple deception. Unwilling to admit the, quote, bankruptcy, end quote, of its social and economic policies, yet unable to conceal the ugly realities they gave rise to, the regime embarked on a witch hunt in search of, quote, enemies of the people, end quote, scapegoats who would divert attention from itself. Thus, failures could be attributed not to the bureaucracy or the bureaucracy's leaders, but to, quote, traitors, end quote, who had supposedly infiltrated government and society, sabotaging the, quote, advances, end quote, of the Soviet Union. Thus the obsession with, quote, Trotskyism, end quote, thus the unending, quote, exposés, end quote, of the trials for all to see, thus the sensational revelations that formerly unblemished Bolshevik revolutionaries, among them Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, and Radek, were really, quote, agents, end quote, in the employ of hostile foreign governments, thus the, quote, permanent purge, end quote. Footnote. See in particular Trotsky's concluding statement to the Dewey Commission in The Case of Leon Trotsky, page 459 to 585. End footnote. This is not to say that the regime did not feel itself genuinely threatened. On the contrary, quote, fear, imbues the Stalinist bureaucracy throughout, end quote, so that the slightest provocation becomes a pretext for striking out, and this hysteria, too, quote, explains the mad character of its persecutions and its poisonous slanders, end quote. But this victimization, Trotsky stressed, was only part of a larger drama. Concurrently with the trials, there was taking place the systematic and large-scale extermination not only of lesser political figures, but of unknown peasants, workers, soldiers, and even bureaucrats who, for one reason or another, constituted an actual or potential threat to the regime. Method was being joined to madness in order to destroy the cohesion of social groupings and to uproot all areas of independent human activity. At one level, according to Trotsky, this persecution was meant to prevent the evolution of competing centers of political power. At another, its aim was nothing less than the complete annihilation of all distinctions between the political and the social, the public and the private. In each case, the ultimate objective was a uniform, undifferentiated society, not a classless, but a faceless one. Since, however, Soviet society was infinitely heterogeneous, that is, divided into classes, and refused to adapt spontaneously, terror and compulsion had to be dispensed all the more widely and brutally. True, economic differences, privileges, and rewards were not only encouraged, but turned into a cornerstone of the regime's policy. Yet economic power outside the bureaucracy was not allowed to develop. Inequalities, it was assumed, could persist without giving rise to conflict and antagonism. Classes could continue to exist, but in a castrated form. Simultaneously, however, the fiction was circulated that the dividing line between classes was being obliterated or had already disappeared, and if this was so, what need was there for politics? All that was necessary in terms of the popular participation was the unanimous, quote, plebiscite, end quote, the expression of ultimate consensus. And this semblance of unity was to be both concretely and symbolically enshrined in the figure of Stalin, the, quote, leader, end quote, who now stood for ideological purity and was thus the purveyor of all legitimacy. Footnote, see in particular The Revolution Betrayed, chapters 6, 7, and 10. End footnote. In all this, Trotsky believes Stalinist Bonapartism was playing out the logic of its inherent character. It had arisen as a political artifice against the disintegration of the social thermidor. The more the latter became untenable, the more did the artifice impose itself. However artificial the political homogeneity is sought, it was inexorably driven into realizing it. Thus social groupings, not least the workers, had to be undermined lest they exploited their potential social power. Thus political institutions, not least the Bolshevik Party, had to be virtually liquidated lest they exercised their political power. The bureaucracy was turned into the dominating social stratum, the secret police, and the instrument of total control. Into the instrument of total control. Politics came to lord it over society, quote, thus was created the present totalitarian regime, end quote. Section 3. The future of the Soviet Union. A. Quote, the degenerated worker state, end quote, for and against. If the Soviet Union under Stalin had become so debased as to throw into doubt its socialist aspirations, if its policy was such as to sabotage the prospects of world revolution, if its government was so tyrannical as to make complete nonsense of the idea of a workers' democracy, was there then any reason left why a socialist should still defend the Soviet Union even in special circumstances? Had not Trotsky himself argued that Stalinism, should it survive, would issue in the triumph of capitalism in the Soviet Union? Indeed, for many of Trotsky's followers and sympathizers, the abandonment of the Soviet Union was a decision which appeared to follow naturally from their and Trotsky's own analyses of the nature of Stalinism. I missed a footnote. Footnote. In his writings on the Stalinist regime, Trotsky frequently described it as, quote, totalitarian, end quote. The term had, of course, originally come into usage in connection with Mussolini's Italy and later Hitler's Germany. Trotsky, in employing the term, clearly intended to emphasize the similarities between the fascist and Stalinist dictatorships, end footnote. Now, where was I? This complete and final rejection of any common cause or identity with the Soviet Union had already begun in the 1920s when the first, quote, ultra-left, end quote, democratic centralist and then Trotskyist adherents or sympathizers in Germany, France, and Belgium declared their inability as revolutionists to support the Soviet Union any longer under any circumstances. Footnote. For an account of the early disputes and splits among European Trotskyists, see Isaac Deutscher's The Prophet Outcast, Chapter 1. End footnote. And it was to come to a head, albeit as we shall see, on the basis of a new interpretation of Soviet developments during the last year of Trotsky's life. Yet Trotsky himself, despite the virulence of his critique of Soviet development, stopped short of propounding a complete break with the Soviet Union. Trotsky's abiding loyalty to the revolution, though not of course to the regime, persisted, and he continued to believe that the Soviet Union remained still worthy of preservation, that, in other words, a Stalinist Soviet Union was better than no Soviet Union at all. Thus, whenever his more chagrined and embittered followers threatened to abandon the Soviet Union altogether, it was Trotsky who assumed the mantle of the devil's advocate. Trotsky did not believe, as they did, that there was a contradiction between this role and that of acting as the international leader of the anti-Stalin, quote, opposition, end quote. Rather, since he saw himself waging a war on two fronts against the, quote, capitalist world, end quote, on the one hand and against Stalin on the other, he believed that its successful outcome depended on a unique combination of tactics, the defense of the Soviet Union, as if there were no Stalin, and opposition to Stalin, as if there were no, quote, world capitalism, end quote. The reason why the Soviet Union was still worth defending in spite of Stalin, in spite of the bureaucracy, in spite of, quote, socialism in one country, end quote, seemed to him as valid in the 1930s as they had been in the 1920s. The Soviet Union was still the only country in which a workers' revolutionary party espousing the tenets of Marxist socialism had seized and retained power. Despite the capitulations of Stalin, it still represented a threat to the capitalist West and potentially a source of encouragement to the proletariat of the world. The Soviet Union remained, Trotsky believed, the only real bulwark against the spread of fascism. Virtually from the moment of Hitler's triumph in Germany, Trotsky was more convinced that a world war was inevitable, and one, moreover, which would have as its main purpose the conquest of the Soviet Union. Footnote. For one of Trotsky's early predictions that the rise of Hitler meant sooner or later a new world war, see, for example, his 1933 article. Cho Tako Nation Socialism, I don't fucking know. Quote, the date of the new European catastrophe, end quote, Trotsky here wrote, quote, will be determined by the time necessary for the arming of Germany. It is not a question of months, but neither is it a question of decades. It will be but a few years before Europe is again plunged into a war, unless Hitler is forestalled in time by the inner forces of Germany, end quote. For Trotsky, Trotsky had been predicting a Soviet-German pact since the end of 1938. End footnote. Trotsky was despondent, though not actually surprised, when he learned of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, but the latter did not, in his view, detract from the fact that Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia remained implacably hostile to each other. Whatever the momentary tactile maneuvers of their leaders, a direct confrontation between the two countries was inevitable, and in that case there could be no doubt not only where the sympathies of a Marxist lay, but also about his active support. As war became more and more imminent, he pointed to it as an overriding reason for supporting the Soviet Union. In so doing, he urged his followers to distinguish between the Soviet leadership, which was, of course, anathema and to be condemned and fought, and the Soviet Union itself, which was still the, quote, home, end quote, of the Russian Revolution, its ideals, aspirations, and hopes, and thus worthy of protection against the onslaughts of, quote, world imperialism, end quote. This distinction is a major theme which runs through all of Trotsky's writings on the, quote, defense of the Soviet Union. But it was not only nostalgia for the revolution, nor even the greater contempt for fascism, which moved him to defend the Soviet Union. Trotsky, as we have seen, also continued to hold that even under Stalin, the essential, most fundamental character of the Soviet Union remained intact. By this, Trotsky meant that property was kept nationalized. This did not guarantee, he agreed, socialism in the future, but it preserved at least the basic precondition for socialism. Moreover, it was what differentiated between Soviet and capitalist societies. It was the one characteristic which made the Soviet Union socially unique in a positive sense. True, it was not yet clear which way the Soviet Union would evolve, and a, quote, return, end quote, to capitalism was not entirely out of the question. But, on the other hand, nationalized property was compatible only with socialist goals, and so long as it remained nationalized, such goals were not completely eradicated from within Soviet society, whatever the personal aspirations of a Stalin. In this sense, therefore, the Soviet Union was still a worker state for Trotsky, and as such deserved to be defended against its enemies. It was nevertheless what he called a, quote, degenerated workers' state, end quote, and for this for reasons which Trotsky had argued at length in his ongoing critique of Stalinism. And while a, quote, degenerated worker state, end quote, was better than no worker state at all, the extent of degeneration in Trotsky's view was of such magnitude as to make opposition to Stalin and to the Soviet leadership in general not only urgent, but from the point of view of the, quote, worker state, end quote, a matter of life and death. If the defense of the Soviet Union against its, quote, capitalist, end quote, enemies had to be conducted as if Stalinism did not exist, the attack against Stalinism, so ran Trotsky's argument, had to be pursued as if the enemies of the Soviet Union did not exist. In fact, of course, this, quote, second front, end quote, insofar as it was aimed at preserving a, quote, workers' state, end quote, and thus the foundations of, quote, world socialism, end quote, was for Trotsky simultaneously an integral part of the overall struggle against, quote, world capitalism, end quote. Footnote. Although Trotsky had already used the epithet, quote, degenerated, end quote, early in the 1930s, the actual term, quote, degenerated workers' state, end quote, does not occur until 1935. Thereafter, the term became famous as the, quote, label, end quote, identifying the Trotskyist view of the Soviet Union and was incorporated into the 1938, quote, transitional program, end quote, of the Fourth International. End footnote. End footnote. This is why, as early as 1933, Trotsky's conception of the opposition to Stalin had as its focus the formation of a new communist international. He had by then reached the conclusion that it was no longer possible to fight the, quote, imperialist West, end quote, much less Stalinism, within the framework of Stalin's Comintern, which was, in his view, criminally responsible for the debacles in Germany and elsewhere. Although he urged the almost immediate establishment of a new international, it was not until September 1938 that the Trotskyist Fourth International came into being. Footnote. The, quote, transitional program, end quote, of the Fourth International, composed by Trotsky himself and adopted at the founding conference, which Trotsky, however, was unable to attend, appeared under the title The Death Agony of Capitalism and the Tasks of the Fourth International. End footnote. Trotsky conceived of it as a rival organization which would presumably draw followers away from the Comintern and act as the real voice and spearhead of the international proletariat and of the, quote, world revolution, end quote. Above all, it would be the framework, both theoretical and political, for opposition activities against Stalin. Footnote. For Trotsky's conception of the Fourth International, besides the transitional program, the following of his writings in particular: Discussion on the Transitional Program in International Bulletin, Socialist Workers' Party, USA, and some other shit in Russian. End footnote. In fact, of course, it was to succeed in none of these tasks. Its membership remained small, its activities ineffective, and its leaders torn by controversies. Its only real function was as a podium for Trotsky's periodic pronouncements on the world situation. Trotsky's decision in 1933 to urge the founding of a new international marked, however, a turning point in his attitude towards the possibilities of change within the Soviet Union. Until then, and we may add quite incredibly, he had believed that the Soviet bureaucracy could be removed more or less peacefully through internal reforms of the party. Footnote. Thus, for instance, as late as 1932, in his book, Nemetskaya Revolutsiya I Stalinskaya Bureaucratia, he rejected the extremist step of creating a, quote, new communist party, end quote. Instead, he urged the, quote, opposition, end quote, to work for, quote, reform, end quote, from within the existing party. End footnote. Now he was convinced that this was no longer feasible. In the first place, the oppressive methods of Stalin had made it impossible to work either within the party or within the Comintern. The, quote, left opposition, end quote, was now so purged or victimized that it was effectively excluded from all influence, institutional or other. In the second place, the regime had become so dictatorial and so entrenched that even a, quote, peaceful, end quote, assault upon it, that is, one which used the means of argument and persuasion, would immediately elicit a violent reaction. Quote, no normal, quote, constitutional, end quote, ways remain, end quote, Trotsky wrote in October 1933, quote, to remove the ruling clique, the bureaucracy can be compelled to yield power, only by force, end quote. Even now, however, Trotsky did not envisage using, quote, measures of civil war, end quote, or, quote, armed insurrection, end quote, but rather, quote, measures of a police character, end quote, only, though he did not specify what he meant by this. It was, in fact, not until 1936 that Trotsky began talking in terms of a revolution against the Stalin regime. Convinced now that, quote, state and society, end quote, had grown completely apart, with the populace alienated, yet towered over by a tyrannical dictatorship, he saw no way out except through a popular uprising led by the workers, organized by the, quote, opposition, end quote, and the emerging new international, and carrying the banner of the tradition of, quote, Bolshevism, Leninism, end quote. The, quote, inevitability, end quote, of such a revolution was the concluding message of his book, The Revolution Betrayed. Quote, ... the further course of development must inevitably lead to a clash between the culturally developed forces of the people and the bureaucratic oligarchy. There is no peaceful outcome for this crisis, no devil yet voluntarily cut off his own claws. The Soviet bureaucracy will not give up its positions without a fight. The development leads obviously to the road of revolution, end quote. Trotsky, The Revolution Betrayed. Footnote. Conscious of the irony of the Russian proletariat having to make a revolution for the second time in less than 20 years, Trotsky added, quote, the proletariat of a backward country was fated to accomplish the first socialist revolution. For this historic privilege, it must, according to all evidence, pay with a second supplementary revolution against bureaucratic absolutism, end quote. Trotsky, The Revolution Betrayed, end footnote. This revolution, however, would be a political, not a social one. Its purpose would be to bring down a political regime, not a social system. Quote, it is not a question this time of changing the economic foundations of society, of replacing certain forms of property with other forms. History has known elsewhere not only social revolutions which substituted the bourgeois for the feudal regime, but also political revolutions which, without destroying the economic foundations of society, swept out an old ruling upper crust. 1830 and 1848 in France, February 1917 in Russia, etc. The overthrow of the Bonapartist caste will, of course, have deep social consequences, but in itself it will be confined within the limits of political revolution, end quote. Trotsky. Nevertheless, the changes Trotsky envisaged as emanating from this political revolution were indeed of a, quote, deep social, end quote, significance. In the penultimate paragraph of The Revolution Betrayed, Trotsky seemed almost carried away by the vision of a new democratic Soviet society. Quote, it is not a question of substituting one ruling clique for another, but of changing the very methods of administering the economy and guiding the culture of the country. Bureaucratic autocracy must give place to Soviet democracy. A restoration of the right of criticism and a genuine freedom of elections are necessary conditions for the further development of the country. This assumes a revival of freedom of Soviet parties, beginning with the party of Bolsheviks, and a resurrection of the trade unions. The bringing of democracy into industry means a radical revision of plans in the interest of the toilers. Free discussion of economic problems will decrease the overhead expense of bureaucratic mistakes and zigzags. Expensive playthings, palaces of the Soviets, new theaters, show-off subways will be crowded out in favor of workers' dwellings. Quote, bourgeois norms of distribution, end quote, will be confined within the limits of strict necessity, and in step with the growth of social wealth will give way to socialist equality. Ranks will be immediately abolished. The tinsel of decorations will go into the melting pot. The youth will receive the opportunity to breathe freely, criticize, make mistakes, and grow up. Science and art will be freed of their chains. And finally, foreign policy will return to the tradition of revolutionary internationalism, end quote. Trotsky. Revolution Betrayed. Even here, Trotsky was not prepared to contemplate the kind of reforms which would usher in an era of complete political democracy. The, quote, freedom of elections, end quote, and freedom of parties meant for him the, quote, freedom of Soviet parties, end quote, only. Side note, this is exactly what the Kronstadt sailors put forward in, I believe you say it is the Petropavlovsk resolution. in 1921, which was brutally suppressed at the hands of Trotsky. Free elections of all parties committed to the institution of the Soviet and socialism. They called for, the freeing of all socialist political prisoners, not political prisoners as such. And this seems to be precisely what Trotsky is saying right here. What's it? 15 years later, something like that. 21, 36, something like that. Nor was Trotsky sufficiently optimistic to think that, quote, bourgeois norms of distribution, end quote, could be entirely abolished. Nevertheless, assuming Trotsky's intentions were genuine, this was a radical program of change and one which could leave no doubt in the light of its contrast with the existing Soviet reality about its revolutionary implications. The concept of a political revolution seemed logical from the point of view of Trotsky's critique of Stalinism. He had, after all, argued that Stalinism constituted not the abolition of the October Revolution, but its subservience to a political dictatorship, to a vast personal and bureaucratic power structure which, without liquidating the foundations of a socialist society, atrophied those foundations. It was necessary, therefore, to change not so much the basis of the social structure as the form of political rule. What was needed was a revolution which would restore the balance between politics and society, and in the process do away with the, quote, autonomy of politics, end quote, rampant under Stalin. But such distinctions between the political and the social in the Soviet Union were soon to become irrelevant nuances as far as a part of Trotsky's retinue of followers was concerned. Even as the Fourth International was being formed, many, quote, Trotskyists, end quote, were already having second thoughts about their leader's interpretation of Soviet developments. For some of them, Trotsky now appeared to be involved at best in theoretical sophistications and at worst in a hopeless exercise to salvage what was left of the original Soviet experiment. In particular, the distinction which Trotsky attempted to draw between the Soviet Union and Stalinism, as if the two were independent entities, and this as if the condemnation of Stalinism did not mean casting aspersions on the Soviet Union itself, seemed to some of his followers to constitute a misreading of what had actually occurred in the Soviet Union. In fact, they were now beginning to believe Stalin, the bureaucracy, and the terror had to be related integrally to the whole phenomenon of the October Revolution. Far from signifying a new advance in human history, that revolution now emerged for them as the begetter of a typically 20th century monstrosity, which, in their view, was at the same time yet another variation on the age-old theme of the, quote, master-slave, end quote, society. Thus, by 1939, among, quote, Trotskyists, end quote, a new view of the Soviet Union began to take hold and compete with that of Trotsky. Footnote. Many of Trotsky's most loyal followers, among them Max Eastman and Victor Serge, had already begun to desert him before 1939 as a result of personal conflicts or over such issues as Trotsky's role, now recalled, in the suppression of the Kronstadt Revolt of 1921. The most complete account of Trotsky's always uneasy relationships with his followers is in Deutscher's The Prophet Outcast, which relies for this subject in particular on correspondence in the closed section of the Trotsky archives. For the views of one ex-Trotskyist, see Victor Serge's Memoirs d'un Révolutionnaire. So, Memoir d'un Révolutionnaire. End footnote. It was most notable among the American, quote, Trotskyist, end quote, who constituted the largest and most important branch of the Fourth International. Its effect was to isolate Trotsky even further and to render the Fourth International even more impotent than the Fourth International had been to start with. Footnote. For an account of the American movement by one of its leaders who remained loyal to Trotsky, see James Cannon, The History of American Trotskyism, New York, 1944. For the manner in which American Trotskyists, with Trotsky's blessings, infiltrated and exploited only to be finally expelled from the Socialist Party of America, the party founded by Eugene Debs and at the time led by Norman Thomas, see M.S. Venkataramani, quote, Leon Trotsky's Adventure in American Radical Politics, 1935 to 37, International Review of Social History. End footnote. Yet Trotsky himself, in spite of the characteristically energetic campaign which he was to conduct in the last years of his life against this new, quote, heresy, end quote, was not entirely immune to, quote, second thoughts and, quote, end quote, and reconsiderations. Though still convinced that the Soviet Union exhibited redeeming features in 1939, for the first time he seriously took into account an alternative course of Soviet development, which until then had hardly occurred to him. While this reconsideration of the nature of the Soviet Union was concerned for him with the realm of the possible only, and not the inevitability or even highly probable, and though he would immediately deny its significance, it brought him as near as he ever came to entertaining doubts about the October Revolution itself. B. Bureaucratic collectivism? Trotsky's readiness in the last resort to defend the Soviet Union against wholesale condemnation had been based on the supposition that, in spite of political and social degeneration, the fundamental economic structure of a socialist-oriented society had been preserved even by Stalin. Thus, if for no other reason than that the means of production had been nationalized and kept out of the reach of private hands, the Soviet Union, in Trotsky's view, remained a potentially, quote, progressive, end quote, society, and in essence different from the capitalist world. The bureaucracy, though undermining socialism, was in spite of itself unable to forsake the socialist foundations of Soviet society. However elementary these foundations, they were sufficient to mark them off from capitalism, including, quote, state capitalism, end quote. Of course, the danger persisted that Stalinism would in the end destroy even these foundations. In that case, there would be a return, in Trotsky's view, to the one possible alternative, bourgeois forms of property. Thus, Trotsky insisted that the 20th century continued to offer a choice between, and to be a battleground for, two options only, either capitalism or socialism. Yet it is precisely this line of thinking, so markedly confined to Marxist categories, which, at the end of the 1930s, began to be widely questioned. Some of Trotsky's followers, influenced in part by Trotsky's own critique of the Soviet Union, and unable to come to terms with Stalinism, could no longer accept the standard Marxist framework for analysis. Was the Soviet Union really different, they asked, or was it actually the paradigm of a new phenomenon, the bureaucratized society, which was evolving everywhere and throwing into doubt the old capitalist-socialist division of the world? Was the bureaucracy still, as the Marxist view would have it, in the service of one class or another, or had it become the new ruling class of 20th century society, no less perhaps more so in the Soviet Union than elsewhere? One work in particular, entitled La Bureaucratisation du Monde, was written by an Italian identifying himself as Bruno R., was symptomatic of the changing attitude amongst Trotsky's sympathizers towards the Soviet Union and toward the bureaucratic phenomenon in general. Bruno R., whose full name was Bruno Rizzi, had been a former Italian communist and it was then believed an ex-Trotskyist of no particular repute, though he had met Trotsky and discussed his ideas with him. Footnote. Rizzi had previously written one other work in Italian, Dove va USSR. I don't know what the fuck it means. I don't know how to say the letters in Italian. Published in Milan in 1937, which apparently contained the kernel of his later 1939 book. After the publication of the latter, Rizzi seemed to have been virtually forgotten. But nearly 20 years later, there appeared an article about him in the French journal Le Contrat Social, which subsequently gave rise to a correspondence including a letter from Rizzi himself revealing some piquant details. I don't know what piquant means. Piquant. Details about his views and political tendencies. Rizzi considered capitalism to be a Jewish conspiracy, and he had not been unsympathetic to Italian fascism. See George Henin, Bruno R. et la Nouvelle Classe, Le Contrat Social, November 1958. See also Daniel Bell, The Strange Tale of Bruno R. in The New Leader, and Dwight MacDonald's letter in the same journal of the 16th of November 1959. The best, and it seems almost the only study of Rizzi's ideas, is an article by James M. Fenwick, The Mysterious Bruno R. in New International. All right. And footnote. Rizzi's book, which appeared in 1939, was written in a stilted, italicized French and consisted, for the most part, of ideas which had already been voiced elsewhere in different forms. Footnote. To trace the origins of the idea of the bureaucracy as a, quote, new ruling class, end quote, one can go back to, for instance, Bakunin, who once predicted and warned that Marx's concept of the, quote, dictatorship of the proletariat, end quote, would lead to nothing more than the conversion of the masses into, quote, industrial and agricultural armies under the direct command of the state engineers, who will constitute the new privileged scientific political class, end quote. See The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, edited by G.P. Maximoff. Max Nomad's article, White Collars and Horny Hands, in Modern Quarterly, attributed the idea to the Polish anarcho-syndicalist Wacław, or I don't know how to say that name, Mahysky, especially to his 1899 book, The Evolution of Social Democracy. Trotsky incidentally noted in Moya Zhin 1, pages 153 to 4, that during his first exile in Siberia in 1900, Trotsky had come across some essays by Mahysky, but reading them, he had acquired a, quote, powerful inoculation against anarchism, a theory very sweeping in its verbal negations, but lifeless and cowardly in its practical conclusions, end quote, Trotsky. From a different perspective, the writings of Pareto, Mosca, and Michels may be seen as having contributed to the later crystallization of the idea. In Trotskyist circles, the idea was raised before Rizzi by the Frenchman Ivan Crépieux, who, if you've never heard of him, I think he's something akin to a third campist. I think some people think of him as a third camp Trotskyist bureaucratic collectivist on the question of Russia. That's who Ivan Crépieux is. And the Yugoslav Anton Siliga, as an editorial note in the Le Contrat Social, points out to trace the full history of the idea would make a, quote, good thesis subject for a future doctorate in the social sciences, end quote. Maybe that's still the case. Maybe that'll be me. Anyway, back to the text, end footnote. But it brought these ideas together in one central thesis which had the attraction and virtue of its simplicity. Even then it may have been less noticed than it was were it not for the fact that Trotsky himself was so impressed, or rather felt himself so challenged by its propositions, and he devoted one long and major article directly to it, and in not a few other indirectly argued with the issues, and not a few others indirectly argued with the issues raised by Rizzi's book. Footnote. This is the article to be discussed presently, the USSR in War. All subsequent references to the English version, which was included in the posthumous collection of letters and articles written by Trotsky during 1939 and 1940 under the title In Defense of Marxism. End footnote. The main thesis of la bureaucratisation du monde may be easily summarized, especially as shortly afterwards a work was to appear which did much to popularize a similar thesis. Footnote. This was, of course, James Burnham's The Managerial Revolution. End footnote. In Rizzi's view, the Marxist prediction that capitalism would be superseded by socialism had been proven to be false by virtue of developments both in the Soviet Union and in the West. Not socialism, but a new form of bureaucratic rule was emerging everywhere and was embodied in such ostensibly different political forms as Stalinism, fascism, and even Roosevelt's New Deal. What they all had in common, according to Rizzi, was a bureaucratic elite determined to rationalize the organization of society and make economic production and distribution more efficient. In fact, Rizzi thought this elite had largely succeeded in these objectives, and this was the reason why it was able to push the less efficient capitalism and its entrepreneurs aside and create for itself a monopoly of political power. Against the view that the bureaucracy could not be a class since it did not own the means of production, Rizzi argued that in effect it was a possessing class since it had complete control of the state and through the state of the economy. While it was not legally the owner of state property, it reaped its benefits by supervising the distribution of the profits accruing from production. The difference between the new elite and the possessing classes of the past was that the former prospered not as competing individuals but as a collective unit. Thus, Rizzi declared the new era in world social development was that of, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote. This was neither a temporary development nor accidental. It would persist for an indefinite period, and it was as socially and historically rooted as capitalism had been in its own time. Though Rizzi believed that eventually, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, would give way to socialism, for the time being it had nothing in common with socialism. On the contrary, it was a system in which the workers were reduced to virtual slavery, exploited and regimented by the bureaucracy in the name of economic efficiency and complete social control. The Soviet Union and Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italy as well amply demonstrated in Rizzi's view the truth of this analysis. Footnote. Because Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini each stood, in Rizzi's view, at the head of a system of, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, a Soviet fascist alliance, he believed, would be a logical development, end footnote. It was neither a workers' state nor even a, quote, degenerated workers' state, but a society in which the workers were under the tutelage of the ruling bureaucracy. And the bureaucratization of the Soviet Union had marked merely the first stage in the, quote, bureaucratization of the world, end quote, as a whole. Footnote. From his analysis, it clearly emerges that Rizzi welcomed, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, as much for the reason that it was doing away with capitalism as it would prepare the way for socialism. Bureaucratic collectivism was, in any case, a historically necessary development in Rizzi's view. This attitude perhaps explains why some socialists and communists, Henri Deman in Belgium and Jacques Derrida in France, only two examples, having reached a similar conclusion, found it logical to support a victory over Europe by Hitler. Such a victory, they believed, was an essential precondition for the collapse of capitalism. James Burnham, who abandoned socialism but not his dislike for modern capitalism, also looked forward to and predicted a German victory. See in particular Chapter 15 of the Managerial Revolution. End footnote. What seemed to impress Trotsky about the thesis of, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, was that it was, in his view, an attempt at a, quote, major historical generalization, end quote, and as such a theoretical challenge to be seriously dealt with. Footnote. See the USSR in War. This article, which is Trotsky's main reply to Rizzi, written on September 25th, 1939, end footnote. Trotsky's reply to the thesis in his article The USSR in War was ostensibly a taking up of this challenge and a reaffirmation of his own stand. But the challenge in Trotsky's thinking about the Soviet Union and his open-mindedness about Rizzi's analysis were apparent throughout. Though protesting that he saw no reason to alter his known views, he in fact explicitly abandoned the old, quote, capitalist or socialist, end quote, alternative when, contemplating the future of the Soviet Union, Trotsky declared, quote, the historical alternative carried to the end is as follows. Either the Stalin regime is an abhorrent relapse in the process of transforming bourgeois society into a socialist society, or the Stalin regime is the first stage of a new exploiting society. If the second prognosis proves to be correct, then of course the bureaucracy will become a new exploiting class. However onerous the second perspective may be, if the world proletariat should actually prove incapable of fulfilling the mission placed upon the world proletariat by the course of development, nothing else would remain except openly to recognize that the socialist program, based on the internal contradictions of capitalist society, ended as a utopia. It is self-evident that a new, quote, minimum, end quote, program would be required for the defense of the interests of the slaves of the totalitarian bureaucratic society, end quote. Trotsky. Footnote. 2 weeks earlier, he had written in a similar vein, quote, either the Stalin state is a transitory formation, a deformation of a workers' state in a backward and isolated country, or, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, is a new social formation which is replacing capitalism throughout the world. Who chooses the second alternative admits openly or silently that all the revolutionary potentialities of the world proletariat are exhausted, that the socialist movement is bankrupt, and that the old capitalism is transforming itself into, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, with a new exploiting class, end quote. Trotsky, in Letter to Cannon, 12th of September 1939, in defense of Marxism, written originally in English. End footnote. And in a later passage, Trotsky again contemplated the once, quote, unthinkable, end quote, giving expression to a pessimistic frame of mind such as had never before appeared in his writings. Quote, have we entered the epoch of social revolution and socialist society, or on the contrary, the epoch of the declining society of totalitarian bureaucracy, It is absolutely self-evident that if the international proletariat, as a result of the experience of our entire epoch and the current new war, proves incapable of becoming the master of society, this would signify the foundering of all hope for a socialist revolution, for it is impossible to expect any other more favorable conditions for it. ... End quote. Trotsky. That's from the USSR in war. There can be little doubt but that Trotsky's inveterate confidence in the future, which had sustained him throughout the worst periods of his life, was now intensely shaken. Stalin's complete and now virtually unchallenged mastery of the Soviet Union, the decline of the quote left and the rise of the quote right in Europe, the outbreak of war, and the Soviet-German Pact, all these must have impressed themselves upon Trotsky as unmistakable signs that the future did not necessarily belong to the quote workers of the world, end quote. And indeed, for the first time, Trotsky was now prepared to countenance the possibility that a socialist future was not the only alternative to capitalism. This is clearly evident from the passages quoted above, but even more striking is the following, quote, if ... the present war will provoke not revolution, but a decline of the proletariat, then there remains another alternative, the further decay of monopoly capitalism's further fusion with the state, and the replacement of democracy, wherever democracy still remained, by a totalitarian regime, ... An analogous result might occur in the event that the proletariat of advanced capitalist countries, having conquered power, should prove incapable of holding power and surrender it, as in the USSR, to a privileged bureaucracy. Then we would be compelled to acknowledge that the reason for the bureaucratic relapse is rooted not in the backwardness of the country and not in the imperialist environment, but in the congenital incapacity of the proletariat to become a ruling class. Then it would be necessary in retrospect to establish that in its fundamental traits the present USSR was the precursor of a new exploiting regime on an international scale, end quote. Trotsky from the USSR in war. Trotsky must have been aware in writing this that it amounted in effect to the admission that Marxist theory regarding the evolution of modern society in general and the role of the proletariat in particular might be proven to have been totally in error. Moreover, the passage could be read as implying that the true nature of the Soviet Union, a quote degenerated worker state, end quote, or a new bureaucratic social order, was still in the balance. The quote temporary, end quote, character of Stalinism now emerged in Trotsky's view is certainly no longer a foregone conclusion, as he had previously always argued. And a society which was neither capitalist nor socialist appeared to be, after all, a distinct possibility. In short, it was almost as if Trotsky were suspending final theoretical judgment on these issues until events themselves decided one way or another. Footnote: Trotsky's equivocation on these issues in 1939 is in striking contrast with two major articles dealing with the same question written by Trotsky in November 1937, quote, once again the USSR and its defense, end quote. Here he was not prepared to entertain the slightest doubt about the correctness of his earlier prognoses. End footnote. The USSR in war marked, indeed, a major departure for Trotsky from his long-held views on the Soviet Union, and some of his American followers were quick to notice this. They had, in any case, reached a similar, though more extremely stated position independently, and they now pounced upon Trotsky to draw the necessary conclusions. James Burnham, for instance, the most extreme among the, quote, disillusioned, end quote, Trotskyists, declared that developments in the Soviet Union and elsewhere had proven Marxism to be bankrupt. By May 1940, James Burnham had not only left the Trotskyist movement, but adopted an explicitly anti-Marxist stand. Footnote. See Burnham's Science and Style, a reply to Comrade Trotsky and letter of resignation published as appendices to Trotsky's In Defense of Marxism, as well as The Politics of Desperation in New International, March 1940. Burnham, of course, soon adopted a position on the opposite end of the political spectrum. Besides the managerial revolution, see also his The Machiavellians, and among a spate of post-World War II anti-communist polemics, the coming defeat of communism. End footnote. Less volatile and more ideologically stable Trotskyists, however, could also no longer abide the, quote, defense of the Soviet Union, end quote. Among these was Max Shachtman, to whom Trotsky felt particularly close and who had been a devoted follower since 1929, but who now looked upon the Soviet Union as a bureaucratic monster with imperialist policies and designs indistinguishable from those of the West. Footnote. For Shachtman's views at the time of his break with Trotsky, see in particular The Crisis of the American Party, an open letter to Trotsky, and the USSR and the War, both in New International, March 1940. See also the following works by Shachtman: The Struggle for the New Course, written in 1943, in Trotsky, The New Course, The Bureaucratic Revolution, The Rise of the Stalinist State, 1939, Whither Russia, in Survey. In the last mentioned article, Shachtman argued, that last article being in 1962, and it's important to remember that Shachtman becomes rather conservative political thinker by the 1960s. In the last mentioned article, Shachtman argued that in the USSR in war, quote, Trotsky turned a corner in his thinking so abruptly as to bring him into violent collision with the main pillars of the theory of Stalinism Trotsky had long and stoutly upheld, end quote. Shachtman himself, in all his writings after 1939, propounded the, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, thesis about the Soviet Union. While Rizzi, however, believed that, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, was historically necessary, Shachtman attributed bureaucratic collectivism to the misconceptions of Marxism and of its offspring, the October Revolution. Although he was eventually to abandon Trotskyism altogether, Shachtman, unlike Burnham, remained a socialist. In 1958, he joined Norman Thomas's Socialist Party. End footnote. The Soviet Union's invasion of Poland and Finland exacerbated, of course, the disillusionment. The upshot of all this was that the Fourth International in general and the American wing of it in particular were now left in shambles. Footnote. The American Trotskyists, the Socialist Workers' Party, split into a, quote, majority, end quote, led by James Cannon and loyal to Trotsky, and a, quote, minority, end quote, led by Burnham and Shachtman. In April 1940, the, quote, minority, end quote, set up a separate organization, the Workers' Party, which, however, itself split when Burnham, declaring that he was no longer a Marxist, declined to join the Workers' Party. The, quote, majority, end quote, view of the split is presented in James Cannon, The Struggle for a Proletarian Party, published in 1943. For an account of internal controversies by an ex-Trotskyist, end quote, see Dwight MacDonald, Memoirs of a Revolutionist. think Dwight McDonald moved into a more libertarian socialist direction. End footnote. Trotsky, however, despite the, quote, concessions, end quote, of his article, refused to accept the conclusions of a Shachtman, much less those of a Burnham. In a series of articles written between October 1939 and August 1940, he launched a counterattack against those who were now abandoning the Soviet Union completely. Footnote. The articles comprise the volume In Defense of Marxism. End footnote. Although Trotsky admitted that his article, The USSR in War, had for the first time taken seriously the, quote, theoretical possibility, end quote, of, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, Trotsky claimed that his position nevertheless remained unchanged and that his speculations in print had been misunderstood. True, Trotsky could point to the fact that his article had in the end apparently rejected Rizzi's theory of, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, and that it had not forsaken the future. Thus, Trotsky had written, quote, Marxists do not have the slightest right, to draw the conclusion that the proletariat has forfeited its revolutionary possibilities and must renounce all aspirations to hegemony in an era immediately ahead. 25 years in the scales of history, bracket, i.e. since 1914, end bracket, way less than an hour in the life of a man, In the years of darkest Russian reaction, 1907 to 1917, we took as our starting point those revolutionary possibilities which were revealed by the Russian proletariat in 1905. In the years of world reaction, we must proceed from those possibilities which the Russian proletariat revealed in 1917, Our road is not to be changed. We steer our course toward the world revolution and by virtue of this very fact toward the regeneration of the USSR as a workers' state, end quote. Trotsky, the USSR in War. Elsewhere in this article, Trotsky stated that he, quote, firmly, end quote, believed that the World War would, quote, provoke, a proletarian revolution, end quote, which, quote, must inevitably lead to the overthrow of the bureaucracy in the USSR and the regeneration of Soviet democracy on a far higher economic and cultural basis than in 1918, end quote. And in the previously quoted, quote, letter to Cannon, end quote, Trotsky wrote that now, in view of the war, quote, the perspective of socialist revolution becomes an imminent reality, end quote. End footnote. Yet just as the rejection of Rizzi's thesis sounded merely perfunctory in the light of the overall theme of his article, so this expression of confidence in the future had the unmistakable ring of rhetoric based on wishful thinking. He continued, it is true, to argue cogently and passionately against Burnham, Shachtman, and others. Trotsky fought against the split among his American followers and sought to preserve his traditional line of thought and action. And he persisted in defending the Soviet Union, quote, unconditionally, end quote, against the, quote, menace, end quote, of Western, quote, imperialism, end quote, going so far as to justify the invasion of Poland and Finland. Some footnotes here. Footnote 1. Rizzi's thesis, Trotsky had written, was overly schematic and moreover assumed that, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, was a fact in the Soviet Union rather than a possibility. End footnote. Footnote. Noting that even after breaking with him, Shachtman continued calling himself a, quote, Trotskyist, end quote, Trotsky remarked, quote, If this be Trotskyism, then at least I am no Trotskyist. With the present ideas of Shachtman, not to mention Burnham, I have nothing in common, end quote. Trotsky. End footnote. Footnote. The gist of his justification for the invasions of Finland and Poland was that they were necessary if the Soviet Union was to fortify itself for the eventual and inevitable confrontation with Germany in particular and the West in general. End footnote. It would be no exaggeration to say, consequently, that Trotsky's commitment to socialism assumed in 1939 a virtually moral personal character. If in the past he had no doubts about the tide of history, now he contemplated a future lying in ruins, but the prospect that socialism would be devastated and that the October Revolution would consequently emerge as an illusory cause would not deter him. Trotsky, at least, would remain a socialist out of moral conviction, if not out of, quote, scientific, end quote, certainty, though it could no longer be said to be inevitable. Socialism was still an idea worth pursuing. Quote, the contradiction, end quote, Trotsky wrote, quote, between the concrete fact and the norm constrains us not to reject the norm, but on the contrary to fight for the norm by means of the revolutionary road, end quote. By choice, if not by necessity, Trotsky would remain true to his revolutionary past and to the cause, however hopeless it might now appear, of the workers of the world threatened to become the, quote, slaves of the totalitarian bureaucratic society, end quote. This was the essence, therefore, of his final reaffirmation of allegiance to an ideal first declared and embraced 40 years previously. Footnote. In this connection George Lichtheim's perceptive essay, Reflections on Trotsky and The Concept of Ideology. Lichtheim, noting that Trotsky could not bring himself to break completely with his past, as did some of his followers, concludes nevertheless, quote, still it remains that by 1940 Trotsky had wrung from himself the admission that a long, dark, totalitarian night seemed about to precede the dawn, and that the, quote, slaves, end quote, would need someone to defend them. Whatever honor communism with a capital C, that's not in the text, that's me saying, whatever honor communism still retains was saved by its arch heresiarch, end quote. Even Deutscher, who treats the proponents of the, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, thesis, and in general all those who broke with Trotsky in 1939 to 40, with ill-concealed disdain, acknowledges that Trotsky's position had radically changed and that his commitment to Marxism was now more moral than, quote, scientific, end quote. See The Prophet Outcast. I have on the channel a third camp a third campist critique of Isaac Deutscher. It's by Julius Jacobson. It's titled Isaac Deutscher, The Anatomy of an Apologist. Okay. And footnote. Okay. Conclusion. The bureaucratic revolution, backwardness, Bolshevism, totalitarianism. In spite of the concessions, both explicit and implicit, which he made in his article, The USSR in War, Trotsky remained an adamant, albeit qualified, quote, defender, end quote, of the Soviet Union. Was this so irrational? It has sometimes been suggested that Trotsky's refusal, even in the last years of his life, to make a break with this loyalty to the Soviet Union was rooted primarily in psychological factors. How could Trotsky, it has been argued, bring himself to renege on the Soviet Union when that in effect would have meant becoming an apostate to his own past? According to this psychological interpretation, Trotsky's defense of the Soviet Union was really an unconscious effort to salvage his honor and conscience. Be that as it may, and Trotsky himself laughed off, quote, psychoanalytical, end quote, explanations, though this in itself does not, of course, invalidate them. This is not the only approach possible, nor even the most convincing to understanding Trotsky's intransigence. Footnote. In Defense of Marxism, Trotsky wrote, quote, certain comrades or former comrades attempt to explain my personal estimate of the Soviet state psychoanalytically. Quote, since Trotsky participated in the Russian Revolution, it is difficult for Trotsky to lay aside the idea of the workers' state, inasmuch as he would have to renounce his whole life's cause, end quote, etc. I, Trotsky, thinking that the old Freud, who was very perspicacious, would have cuffed the years of psychoanalysts of this ilk a little. Naturally, I would never risk taking such action myself. Nevertheless, I dare assure my critics that subjectivity and sentimentality are not on my side, but on theirs, end quote. End footnote. The trouble with the psychological approach is not so much its speculative character as its assumption that Trotsky's position was so incongruous, irrational, and perverse as to defy a non-psychological explanation. In fact, however, Trotsky's loyalty to the Soviet Union was perfectly rational and consistent given his own assumptions about the character and meaning of the October Revolution. And it is when one examines his evaluation of Stalinism in the light of these assumptions that one best understands the logic of Trotsky's position as well as the source of his misconceptions about the nature of the Stalin phenomenon. Trotsky's position does not thereby emerge any less misconstrued, but it can be seen as the consequence not of personal motives, nor even of this or that specific misjudgment, but of his overall conception of the Russian Revolution. In a sense, therefore, this approach involves a more far-reaching critique of Trotsky. Footnote. This approach has the added advantage of taking his written work at face value and not as an unconscious camouflage for some inner psychological motives. That is, it avoids engaging in psychological reductionism and remains within the realm of the rational discussion about the validity of theories and ideas. On footnote. In August 1937, Trotsky wrote an essay entitled Stalinism and Bolshevism, in which he attempted to show how utterly at odds with each other these two, quote, isms, end quote, were. The essay contains nothing that Trotsky had not already argued elsewhere in one form or another, but it is a concise and direct confrontation with a central issue indicated by the title, and inadvertently and summarily it reveals the manner in which since 1917 Trotsky had misconceived the meaning of the Bolshevik capture of power. At one time, as in his 1903-4 attack on Lenin and Bolshevism, Trotsky believed that a revolution was justified only when there was a correspondence between objective social conditions and the revolutionary consciousness of the masses. In the absence of such a correspondence, a revolutionary party acting in the name of the masses was no more than a conspiracy. In 1917, however, Trotsky reassessed Lenin's position and adopted the view that although mass support was ultimately essential, a revolution was justified when there was a correspondence between objective social conditions and the revolutionary consciousness of the party, acting as the, quote, vanguard, end quote. Footnote. See Chapter 6 above. The ideal situation of a correspondence between conditions, masses, and party seemed to Trotsky a purely mechanical reconstruction or view of reality, and therefore never reproducible in reality. End footnote. Therefore, Trotsky never seriously considered the possibility that the Bolsheviks in 1917 may have acted largely independently and ran ahead of both the masses and the objective social conditions prevailing in Russian society at the time. That, in other words, there was no correspondence between any two of the three variables or between the necessary and sufficient justifying conditions for social revolution. Thus, in this essay of 1937, as throughout his post-1917 writings, the Bolshevik triumph 20 years earlier is taken for granted as the logical and necessary result of, so to speak, Russian history. In the essay, he extolled the vanguard role of the Bolsheviks in asserting themselves into the flow of events and thereby bringing to fruition the course of history. Footnote. Thus Trotsky wrote, quote, "No one has either shown in practice or tried to explain articulately on paper how the proletariat can seize power without the political leadership of a party that knows what it wants." End quote. End footnote. And while Bolshevism, Trotsky admitted, was only one factor, the quote conscious end quote subjective one in making possible the revolution, it was at one with the quote decisive factor end quote, namely the objective one deriving from the quote existing basis of productive forces end quote, the quote class struggle end quote. The point of all this for Trotsky was, of course, that Russia in 1917 had been ripe for Marxism-Bolshevism. Yet, curiously, when he turned to consider how it was that Bolshevism, in spite of its being the, quote, will, end quote, of Russian history, was eventually succeeded by Stalinism, which Trotsky saw as the virtual antithesis of Bolshevism, he took refuge in very different factors. Stalinism was seen as the consequence of a, quote, heritage of oppression, misery, and ignorance, end quote, of the, quote, cultural level of the country, the social composition of the population, the pressure of a barbaric past, and of a no less barbaric world imperialism, end quote. This was clearly meant to imply that Bolshevism and Stalinism belonged to two different worlds, that Bolshevism represented the progressive forces of Russian society, and the latter, the backward ones, that in the, quote, dialectical, end quote, confrontation between the two, it was Stalinism or backwardness which persevered. As against this, one can, of course, raise the obvious question: if Bolshevism was really the, quote, will, end quote, of Russian history in 1917, why did Bolshevism not maintain itself? The logical answer would seem to be that it was not the, quote, will, end quote, of history, or one could argue whether it was or was not the, quote, will, end quote. It in fact did maintain itself, though in an extreme form, as Stalinism. But leaving aside the matter of simple logic, it is the historical character of Bolshevism which needs to be assessed. Bolshevism's triumph in Russia, and later, though though under different names, in other largely non-capitalist societies has long suggested that a relationship should be looked for not only between Marxism as such and backward societies, but between Bolshevism and backwardness. Footnote. Obviously, the communist movements in China and in other backward societies were not merely carbon copies of Bolshevism, but the influence of Lenin and the adoption of Bolshevik principles of organization and tactics were crucial factors in their success. End footnote. It is to the credit of Trotsky that already in 1905 he was able to explain why social forces and movements other than those of Russian social democracy were too weak to bring down and replace the Tsarist autocracy, and why, moreover, the social democratic movement was strategically so well placed. In 1917, he also recognized the importance which must be attributed to party organization and leadership if the movement were finally to attain power. What he was never able fully to perceive was the extent to which not only the seizure of power, but the subsequent survival as well of a Bolshevik government were made possible by the inchoate character of the population, by the absence of strong and organized class traditions and interest, by the political vacuum created immediately with the fall of the autocracy. Politics, as is known, abhors a vacuum, and the Bolshevik genius in 1917 and thereafter for political organization and decisiveness was not unnaturally rewarded. Backwardness, understood in this sense as a condition of insufficient social differentiation and political consciousness, posed, as Trotsky feared, the permanent danger of undermining whatever prospects Bolshevism had of introducing socialist measures and institutions in Russia. But without this Bolshevism itself would neither have arisen or, at the very least, would not have succeeded in seizing and holding power. In his 1937 essay, Trotsky rejected entirely the contention that Stalinism was rooted in the Bolshevik tradition, yet it is a fact that which characterized Stalinism, rule from above and independently of the masses, was also characteristic of Lenin's regime. That it was also characteristic of the Tsarist autocracy merely accentuates the pervasiveness of the Russian political tradition, deriving from the poverty of social institutions and of economic foundations, and the extent to which Bolshevism inherited this reality. Unlike Tsarism, however, Bolshevism was in principle committed to popular legitimacy, and again, unlike Tsarism, Bolshevism was dedicated to revolutionary change. Yet to the extent that social and economic changes, not to speak of political ones, were already embarked upon during Lenin's lifetime, they were introduced from above and, if necessary, through coercion. Could it have been otherwise in a society which was, in fact, neither ripe for nor even clearly aware of the meaning of socialist change? Bolshevism responded to the lack of a political culture in Russia, to the poverty of ideological consciousness, and to the disorganization of social and economic life by perfecting rule in accordance with the principle of the, quote, autonomy of politics, end quote. That is, political power as a self-sufficient instrument of social change. It is this principle which Trotsky so perceptively analyzed as characteristic of Stalinism. That it was already a central feature of Lenin's rule, that the dictatorship of the party and of the institutions of coercion were established at a time when Trotsky himself shared the helms of power, appeared to Trotsky to reflect only temporary exigencies. Footnote. In Stalinism and Bolshevism, Trotsky again justified the dictatorship of the party under Lenin by pleading the danger of counter-revolution, a plea which, by the same logic, Stalin too could employ. End footnote. But these exigencies, as Trotsky recognized in his grasp of economic and social problems, grew merely more intense with the passing of time. If we assume, therefore, that Russian society could be transformed radically only through the political determination and decree of its ruling elite, that, moreover, its resources, both material and human, were so impoverished and of such quality as to preclude the active and intelligent participation of any significant sector of the population in the reconstruction, much less the modernization of the economic structure, and that finally such reconstruction depended on virtually complete economic control and planning, it is hardly surprising that the regime should sooner or later become extensively bureaucratized. In his autobiography and elsewhere, Trotsky made such much of a conversation that he had with Lenin in 1922, shortly before Lenin suffered his second, this time fatal, breakdown in health, in which the subject of, quote, bureaucratism, end quote, was raised. According to Trotsky, Lenin was not only worried by the bureaucratic danger, but, quote, appalled, end quote, by the fact that it had already begun to materialize. Moreover, Lenin agreed that it had infested not only state institutions, but the party as well, and he offered to form a, quote, bloc, end quote, with Trotsky, quote, against bureaucracy in general and against the organizational bureau, bracket, of the party, end bracket, in particular, end quote. Be that as it may, it would be somewhat far-fetched to believe that bureaucratism was a phenomenon which could be eliminated without reverting to conditions of virtual chaos, or alternatively without perpetuating indefinitely the new economic policy period, neither of which were prospects that could have appealed to Lenin, much less to Trotsky. The more radical the economic measures adopted and the popular resistance to them, the more concentrated in fewer and fewer hands did political power have to become. And the more systematic and planned the politics, the more did their implementation and supervision have to be entrusted to a technical and administrative elite. Bureaucratization may therefore be seen as the direct function on the one hand of backwardness and scarcity, and on the other of the primary and domineering role which state institutions had to assume, particularly if private enterprise were to be eliminated. Footnote: whatever the relative merits of a capitalist as against a nationalized or socialized economy, there can be no doubt about the less omnipotent role of bureaucracy in the former. Max Weber predicted this in 1917 when he wrote, quote, ... let us assume that sometime in the future, bracket, private capitalism, end bracket, will be done away with. What would be the practical result? ... The abolition of private capitalism would simply mean that also the top management of the nationalized or socialized enterprises would become bureaucratic. ... State bureaucracy would rule alone if private capitalism were eliminated. The private and public bureaucracies, which now work next to and potentially against each other and hence check one another to a degree, would be merged into a single hierarchy. End quote. End footnote. Moreover, it should be noted that aside from those conditions peculiar to Russian society which necessarily encourage bureaucratic growth, the fundamental economic objective of the Soviet regime, industrialization, itself necessarily entailed the creation of bureaucratic bodies and producers. In the light of the Western experience, no one in Russia could be aware of the fact that the modern industrial state could not function without large formal and impersonal bureaucratic institutions. If this were so in capitalist economies where the state supposedly refrained from large-scale intervention, how much more so would it be the case in a socialist economy where the state took upon itself the control and direction of the whole economy and in particular of the industrial sector? Neither Lenin, who in his State and Revolution had vastly underestimated the complexities of economic administration, nor Trotsky, who, though he did not underestimate them, frequently evaded the implications of the problem, could resolve the contradiction between their economic objectives and their socialist ideals. Footnote. This feature of modern bureaucracy, i.e. its necessary and indispensable relationship to industrial society as well as its rational character, was also emphasized by Weber. See Max Weber, The Theory of Social and Economic Organization. Since Weber, of course, the literature on bureaucracy has become enormous as well as characterized by manifold approaches and interpretations. For a general survey of the subject, see Martin Albro, Bureaucracy, published in London in 1970. Particularly useful in understanding the origins and nature of the Soviet bureaucracy is Barrington Moore Jr.'s Soviet Politics, The Dilemma of Power. Robert Michel's well-known Political Parties, first published in 1915, which dwells on the bureaucratization of Marxist parties in general, is especially relevant in the context of the issue here discussed, namely the relationship of Bolshevism to the Soviet bureaucracy. End footnote. The Stalinist system represented, nevertheless, only in part the rule of bureaucracy. The latter was in fact subject to and frequently decimated by a ruler and an institution which stood largely outside the bureaucratic formal framework. Stalin and the secret police leaned on the bureaucracy, but were not so dependent on it as Trotsky sometimes implied as to preclude autonomy of action. Together, Stalin and the secret police contributed those elements which transformed the Soviet system into one of, quote, totalitarianism, end quote, using this term in its descriptive, not emotive sense. Trotsky, by making a distinction between the bureaucratic apparatus, the source of Thermidor for him, and the political one, Bonapartism, recognized the peculiar nature of modern totalitarian dictatorships, which, though based on a vast bureaucratic edifice, are nevertheless not to be identified with it alone. Yet here again he was reluctant to go beyond the period and person of Stalin for the origins of Soviet totalitarianism. In Stalinism and Bolshevism, as throughout his writings of the 1930s, we find Trotsky not only defending Lenin's rule as far more democratic and enlightened than that of Stalin, but also arguing that had Bolshevism as against Stalinism prevailed, totalitarianism would not have emerged, much less taken the excessive form it eventually did. Footnote. There's two footnotes. Footnote. Among the numerous works dealing with the unique nature of totalitarianism, see in particular the following: Hannah Arendt, The Origins of Totalitarianism; Raymond Aron, Democracy and Totalitarianism; Carl J. Friedrich and how do you pronounce this guy's name? Zbigniew Brzezinski, Totalitarian Dictatorship and Autocracy; Erich Fromm, The Fear of Freedom; William Kornhauser, The Politics of Mass Society; Franz Neumann, The Democratic and Authoritarian State; Leonard Shapiro, Totalitarianism; and J.L. Tauman, The Origins of Totalitarian Democracy, which follows what follows draws freely, though summarily from these works. And footnote. Ridiculing Norman Thomas, who had apparently written that the Soviet Union under Trotsky would have been no better than under Stalin, Trotsky remarked that it was not a question of personalities, but of the bureaucracy as against the proletariat. And if the proletariat were to prevail, it would, quote, politically and morally regenerate the Soviet regime, end quote. Trotsky, Stalinism, and Bolshevism. End footnote. Thus, Trotsky points to such factors as the primacy of the party, its openness to theoretical discourse and internal democracy, and its dedication to collective rule as Leninist features totally alien to Stalin's regime. One need not deny that there was a difference between Lenin's dictatorship and that of Stalin, in spite of Trotsky's obvious tendency to idealize Lenin's dictatorship, nor that a ruler other than Stalin may have been less zealous, certainly less psychopathic, in his pursuit of absolute power to maintain that the two regimes were of the same pedigree. Though their progeny differed, the difference was one of degree, not of kind. Neither need one dismiss out of hand the relevance of Trotsky's claim that the, quote, degeneration, end quote, of Bolshevism, as of the Soviet regime, was a consequence also of the failure of the, quote, world revolution, end quote, to materialize, in order to argue that the overall developments in the Soviet Union had a momentum of their own, largely irrespective of external factors, whatever the impact of the latter on this or that specific policy, and that this momentum, for reasons outlined above, was irrevocably pulling in the direction of a new form of political absolutism. Despite his perceptions about Stalin's totalitarianism, Trotsky's final misunderstanding of it was not unlike his misunderstanding of the bureaucracy. He could not or would not see that it was rooted not only in the conditions of the October Revolution, but in the very aspirations of the October Revolution. From an institutional point of view, the issue is surely not whether Lenin was or was not more enlightened or even more tolerant than Stalin. The issue is the relationship of politics to society. And so it is of direct relevance that under Lenin, too, dictatorship and the one-party system were the cornerstone of political legitimacy and action. Footnote. For a detailed account of how Lenin set about destroying all opposition and creating a monolithic party during 1917 to 1922, and thus established the foundations and precedent for Stalin's autocracy, see Leonard Shapiro, The Origin of the Communist Autocracy. End footnote. But in any case, totalitarianism, whether of the left or of the right, is not a system of government which is sufficiently defined or explained by having recourse to its institutional aspects only. Its uniqueness lies in two additional features: the politicization of all areas of social and individual life, and total economic mobilization, regimentation, and control of the population. In the Soviet Union, as elsewhere, these features grew simultaneously out of the critical nature of the economic and social problems and out of the radical manner in which they were to be resolved by the revolutionary movement taking power. For this latter purpose, Marxism had to be transformed into a mass ideology having two functions: providing a system of beliefs and thus solutions to problems, and acting in itself as a gravitating, mobilizing force. From this, in turn, developed the tradition of ideological legitimization and exclusivity, so that while the ideology could be adjusted or adapted to specific needs in practice, it always remained the criterion for pronouncing upon the legitimacy of private and public behavior. Footnote. For a psychological interpretation of Bolshevik ideology and of the Bolshevik mind and personality, see Nathan Leitz, A Study of Bolshevism, 1953. On the element of fanaticism in revolutionary movements, see Erich Hoffer, The True Believer. End footnote. The fanaticism usually associated with Soviet ideology during the Stalin period and with Stalin himself should not lead to the conclusion that the Stalinist system was without its economic and social rationale, or that it was always, quote, dysfunctional, end quote, from the point of view of the ultimate goals of Soviet society. Insofar as Stalin was determined to carry out a social and economic revolution, and collectivization in itself constituted such a revolution, total regimentation was a prerequisite given the economic conditions, the unreliability of spontaneous support, and in fact the real and anticipated popular resistance. The role of the trials, the purges, and the terror was crucial in this connection as an affirmation of legitimacy, a discouragement of opposition, and a demonstration of potential and actual power. Trials, purges, and terror prevented peripheral focuses of political power from forming in the party, the army, and even the bureaucracy, and thus pulling in a direction other than that decreed by the economic revolution. Footnote. For an analysis of Stalinist totalitarianism, see Robert C. Tucker, The Soviet Political Mind. End footnote. And terror against the population as a whole had the additional purpose of creating and maintaining a, quote, atomized, end quote, mass society, if not classless, then as powerless, non-differentiated, and homogeneous as possible. Though this did not exclude the phenomenon of, quote, Stakhanovism, end quote, nor, as Trotsky sometimes overemphasized, a system of favoritism and privileges for the bureaucrats, the general tendency was towards underplaying social differences, and not merely for reasons of Marxist dogma, except in the sense of, quote, revolutionary, end quote, as against, quote, counter-revolutionary elements, end quote, terms general and vague enough to be applied politically, not sociologically. As Trotsky pointed out, the declaration, however absurd in 1936 that the Soviet Union was then a socialist society, had this purpose of creating at least the semblance of unity and homogeneity. Stalin's excesses cannot be explained rationally alone, that is, by pointing to either aims or results, since the reign of terror was also in many ways counterproductive, creating instability and uncertainty, economic mismanagement and confusion, and large-scale decimation of army officers, administrative experts, and of the scientific, not to speak of the humanistic intelligentsia. Footnote. See in this connection, and in general on the, quote, indispensability, end quote, or otherwise of Stalin, see Alec Nova, Was Stalin Really Necessary? London, 1964. End footnote. But the function of totalitarianism cannot be dismissed when considering the nature of Stalin's aims or successes. This is certainly not to justify Stalinism or Soviet totalitarianism, but to see both in their historical context of backwardness, Bolshevism and the bureaucratic revolution. The fact that Trotsky, though raising some of these issues, did not bring them to a full conclusion or join them together in this context may explain the source of the many unsatisfactory interpretations in his otherwise trenchant assessment of the Stalinist period. Directly or indirectly, such interpretations derived from his failure to grasp Stalinism as part of a historical continuum stretching back to 1903, not 1924. Consider, for instance, Trotsky's obsession with Stalinism as a reincarnation of the French thermidor, following supposedly upon the, quote, Jacobin, end quote, phase of Lenin. It is clear that if Lenin was a, quote, Jacobin, end quote, it was not in the sense in which Trotsky painted him, as a revolutionary concerned above all with ideological principles, even purity, but rather in the sense of a professional elitist revolutionary prepared to exercise political power in a practical, concrete way, albeit to bring about radical change, but without undue concern for ideological or theoretical implications. This was surely the great strength of Lenin. Footnote. For the relationship between Lenin the thinker and Lenin the, quote, doer, end quote, and for many other aspects as well of Lenin's character and talent, see the collection of papers edited by Leonard Shapiro and Peter Reddaway, Lenin the Man, the Theorist, the Leader, London, 1967. End footnote. But was Stalin in this latter sense any less a, quote, Jacobin, end quote? Surely it was Stalin who, for better or worse, carried out a program of fundamental revolutionary change in the economic structure of Soviet society. How was it possible, then, when comparing Stalin with Lenin's rule, to claim that Stalin constituted a period of retrenchment, stabilization, and conservatism, those features which Trotsky identified with Thermidor? That he should make this claim shows how Trotsky's determination to place Stalin outside the Bolshevik tradition could lead to a common-sense absurdity. In fact, of course, the absurdity was also the consequence of Trotsky's idée fixe concerning the nature of the bureaucracy and the character of Stalin. Trotsky believed that every bureaucracy is prepared to pursue only such policies as best conserve order and stability, and since Stalin had built his empire on the shoulders of the bureaucracy instead of those of the Revolutionary Party, Stalin's reign had to be conservative, if not reactionary, regressive, if not counter-revolutionary. This obviously underestimates the extent to which a bureaucracy in the conditions of Soviet society could be mobilized for and could see its interests bound up with radical change leading to rationalized, modern, and efficient economic arrangements, whether or not these were finally achieved. Footnote. In this connection, see more Soviet Politics, the Dilemma of Power. End footnote. But Trotsky also underestimated the political, non-bureaucratic mentality of Stalin himself. Though accumulating his power through organizational work, he was not himself a prisoner of the organization. Footnote. See Robert Tucker, quote, Several Stalins, end quote, Survey, Autumn 1971, also included in the 1972 revised edition of his The Soviet Political Mind. See also the same author's recent biography, Stalin is Revolutionary, 1879 to 1929, London, 1974, as well as by Adam Ulam, Stalin, the Man in His Era. End footnote. Trotsky partly recognized this by identifying Stalin's rule as Bonapartist in character, yet the image of Stalin as embodying the bureaucratic and thus non-revolutionary personality persisted in his analysis, and this in turn led him to underestimate the extent to which Stalin remained independent of the bureaucracy, using it but ruling through less formal, more personal instruments of power. The Thermidorian analogy was out of place indeed, and Trotsky's uneasy modifications of it were a reflection of the difficulties of adapting Soviet reality to the French model. Footnote. A further example of how the Thermidorian analogy led Trotsky into misjudging Stalin's intentions is Trotsky's prediction that, quote, on the soil of a bourgeois regime, end quote, Stalin would maintain and defend, quote, bourgeois forms of property, end quote. Later, Trotsky was forced to revise this prediction in view of Stalin's policies in occupied Poland and admit that the occupation of eastern Poland would, quote, result in the abolition of private capitalist property so as thus to bring the regime of the occupied territories into accord with the regime of the USSR, end quote. Trotsky, the USSR in War. End footnote. There was much that was out of place also in Trotsky's obsession with the Soviet Union as a workers' state, albeit a, quote, degenerated, end quote, workers' state. This involved a concession that Stalin did not altogether mark a break with the Bolshevik Revolution. Conversely, however, it revealed again Trotsky's illusion about that revolution, namely that it had in fact created a workers' state. Those of Trotsky's followers who in the late 1930s began to propound the, quote, new class or, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, thesis divested themselves precisely of this illusion by looking for the source of Stalinism not in Stalin but in Bolshevism, and in the relationship between the state and the modern economy. Whatever the validity of the thesis, it had the merit of having escaped the pitfall of thinking in terms of fixed Marxist social categories. Footnote. Among those who later proposed variants of the, quote, new class and, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, idea was Rudolf Hilferding. See his article, State Capitalism or Totalitarian State Economy. However, the best known of these variants is Milovan Žilas's The New Class, 1957. For a Marxist view that the Soviet Union represents a system of state capitalism, see Raya Dunayevskaya's Marxism and Freedom. For a survey of the history and evolution of the, quote, new class, end quote, idea, see the previously referred to article by Daniel Bell, quote, The Post-Industrial Society, end quote, in the spring of 1971 issue of Survey. End footnote. It cannot be said that Trotsky avoided this pitfall. He made too much of the formal fact that the means of production in the Soviet Union were nationalized and too little of the substantial fact that the means of production were under the control and at the beckoning of the political leadership. As Trotsky himself had to admit, the practical effect of nationalization or of state management could be no different from the point of view of the worker's control of his product than that issuing from a system of private ownership. As a statement of universal application, the thesis of, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, was in itself an oversimplification of social and economic phenomenon. But is correctly perceived that, but the thesis of bureaucratic collectivism correctly perceived that the kind of society developing the Soviet Union fitted neither the capitalist nor the socialist category, nor even an intermediary or transitional stage between the two, as Trotsky believed, but required a classification of its own in terms of that particular form of development and modernization in which the state plays the dominating and domineering role. Footnote. It may be taken to have been an early version of a, quote, convergence, end quote, view about East and West. However, whatever its applicability in the case of the Soviet Union, particularly during the post-Stalin era, it was obviously an exaggeration as far as Western industrial societies are concerned. Certainly, Rizzi's and Burnham's prophecies now appear fantastic, if not ridiculous. For a brief criticism of the thesis of, quote, bureaucratic collectivism, end quote, see David Lane, The End of Inequality, question mark. Harmonsworth, 1971, Chapter 2. End footnote. Footnote. For a useful survey of the various theories and interpretations of the Soviet system, see Daniel Bell, The End of Ideology, chapter 14. End footnote. Until 1939, nevertheless, Trotsky insisted that the traditional 19th century Marxist categories were still the only valid ones. Thus, it was necessary to explain Stalinism in terms of, quote, degeneration, of, quote, betrayal, of, quote, crisis, and, quote, conditions, of the failure of the, quote, world revolution, end quote, even in terms of Stalin himself. Footnote. These, quote, contingent, end quote, reasons which Trotsky gave for Stalinism were also partly the reasons which led Trotsky to believe for so long that Stalinism must either collapse or be overthrown. In the USSR in War, for instance, Trotsky argued that Soviet totalitarianism was a product of, quote, severe social crisis, end quote. Thus it could not be a, quote, stable regime, end quote, but only a, quote, temporary transitional, end quote, regime, doomed to fall sooner or later. It did not occur to him, apparently, that it could be compatible eventually also with stability and longevity. End footnote. This left, in the case of those who could no longer abide what they took to be rationalizations, the impression that Trotsky was begging the question, was he not taking Marxism as well as the October Revolution too much for granted? Footnote. In contrast to such critics of the Soviet Union of the 1920s as the, quote, democratic centralists, end quote, who, while rejecting Soviet policies and developments, remained socialist or Marxist, many of those who became disillusioned with the Soviet Union in the late 1930s, especially not a few of Trotsky's own followers, drew conclusions about Marxism in general and the October Revolution in particular, and abandoned the one and the other as well. End footnote. Perhaps Trotsky himself agreed that this to be the case when re-evaluating in 1939 his conception of Stalinism. He felt compelled to voice doubts about the truth of those Marxist assumptions which he had so long held to be self-evident. Trotsky hastened immediately to reaffirm his allegiance to these assumptions and to the hopes based on them, but by then his was a solitary voice from a very distant past. The irony of Trotsky's failure in the 1930s to derive Stalinism from Bolshevism and Bolshevism from Russia's peculiar social and economic conditions is that it was precisely such derivations that he himself had anticipated in his condemnation of Lenin in 1903-4. But Trotsky had in the meantime, of course, traveled a long road and found his, quote, way, end quote, as he once wrote, to Lenin and Bolshevism. If Trotsky did not at the time recognize that his 1917 reconciliation with Lenin involved the tacit acceptance of the principle of, quote, substitutionism, end quote, then the phenomenon of Stalinism should have finally and vividly demonstrated the truth of this. It should also have brought out more starkly than ever the limitations of his own theory and practice of the permanent revolution, the contradictions of which proved in the end unresolvable, and which in a sense culminated in the, quote, bureaucratic revolution, end quote. In this there is even greater irony, for it was Trotsky who, in his early years, having denounced the, quote, orthodox, end quote, Marxists for thinking within the framework of purely Western historical experience, both predicted a revolution unique to backward societies in the 20th century and anticipated the, quote, vengeance, end quote, of backwardness. Yet even Trotsky could not imagine how really unique this revolution would be, how extreme the vengeance, how unlike anything he, as a Marxist, could foresee or contemplate, and would be the political system and the society it gave rise to. And the irony of this may be best epitomized by some words of encouragement which the co-founder of Marxism, Friedrich Engels, once offered to a co-founder of Russian Marxism, Ferenc Sasulich. Ferenc Sasulich was, of course, a quote a quote charter end quote member of the Emancipation of Labor group which Plekhanov established in 1883. End footnote. Writing in 1885, Trotsky expressed much satisfaction that a party had been founded in Russia espousing the, quote, great economic and historical theories of Marx, end quote. There were clear signs, Engels continued, that Russia was approaching her, quote, 1789, end quote. This, however, should not lead the Russian Marxists to think that their revolution was still far off, for in his view, what began as a 1789 could easily, in Russian conditions, turn into an even greater flood into a 1793, a quote 1793, end quote. This prompted Engels to make a general observation about the fate of revolutions and revolutionaries. Quote, people who boast that they made a revolution always see the day after that they had no idea what they were doing. That the revolution made does not in the least resemble the one they would have liked to make. That is what Hegel calls the irony of history, an irony which few historical personalities escape. End quote. Engels. Letter of the 23rd of April, 1885, to V.I. Sasulich in Marx Engels Selected Correspondence.